If we could get settled, I should call the meeting to order shortly. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome you to the March 18th, 2026 Executive Council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, remember to unmute your mic and enable your video camera. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for March 25th, 2026 is 12 p.m. on Monday, March 23rd, 2026. That's the deadline. A written submission is required to be submitted at the time of registration for all delegations to City Council meeting agenda items. Okay. First up, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Councillor Flores. Any opposed? No. Oh, I forgot to put the addition of the registered list of delegations. Is that okay, Councillor Flores? Okay. Once again, any opposed? See no opposition. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the March 4th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting? Anyone have a minutes in mind? Councillor Flores? Does anyone see any errors or omissions? Seeing no one, I'll call the question. Any opposed to moving the minutes? See no opposition. Okay, today we're going to start out with a tabled report, EX 25-114, the review of nuisance and derelict properties. This is a little bit of a weird way to start a meeting. This is a tabled report from the November 26th, 2025 meeting and the February 11th, 2026 Executive Committee meetings. At the November 26th City Council meeting, Councillor Fro moved concurrence as the main motion and then moved a motion to table this report to February 11th. At the February 11th Executive Committee meeting, Councillor Flores moved a motion to table this report to March 18th Executive Committee meeting. Prior to Councillor Fro moving a motion to table this report at the November 26th meeting, Councillor Fro began his closing remarks to close debate. Councillor Fro has 1 minute of his speaking time remaining to make any further closing remarks to close debate. From there, the chair, me, will then immediately call the vote on the main motion. Given that Councillor Fro has begun his closing remarks to close debate on this matter, no further discussion or debate is permitted from the members of Executive Committee on this agenda item. Members of Council wishing to speak further to this agenda item or move any amendments on this matter will be permitted to do so at the March 25th City Council meeting. Councillor Fro, do you have any closing remarks?
Through the chair, just briefly, my colleague, Councillor Flores, is working on an amendment and requires procedurally for that to come next week and some time also to connect with administration. So I think, we'll vote as we feel inclined now, but there'll be an amendment coming next week after she's had some time to connect with staff. So I guess that's where we're at. Thanks. That's
okay. I guess with that, we have no more debate, and I guess I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Yeah. So,
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 10-1. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillors Rasevich, Flores, Siklis, Fro, Turnbull, Bezo, Burton, Radins, Mancinelli, and Mayor Bashinsky, and the member voting against is Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Okay, I guess from there, we'll move over to EX 26-24, the Animal Bylaw Review Report, and I'll call on administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Through the Chair, Administration has completed an initial review of the Regina Animal Bylaw as directed by City Council through Motion MN 24-19. The review focused on feedback from stakeholders and community members, particularly around significant safety concerns related to dangerous animals. Based on what we heard, Administration is recommending several updates to the Animal Bylaw to help address concerns about dog bites. Alongside these amendments, Administration will continue working closely with community partners, most notably the Regina Humane Society, to strengthen how we respond to dangerous animals. Key recommendations include introducing an interim order that can be used before a dangerous animal hearing takes place, clarifying public leash requirements, increasing fines and fees, requiring dog owners to report bite incidents. Beyond these changes, the City of Regina will collaborate with RHS on cases that generate significant community interest and concerns. RHS will also continue delivering public education on responsible pet ownership. Administration is not recommending new bylaw provisions related to animal cruelty or standards of care. These matters fall under the Animal Protection Act, which assigns responsibility to animal protection officers and is regulated by the province of Saskatchewan. In addition, Administration is not recommending dog breed bans or limiting the number of pets per household. Following this report, Administration will continue to review the Regina Animal Bylaw and engage with community stakeholders and bring amendments to Council as needed. With me today is Director of Community Standards, Mr. Kaleem, and Mr. Freeland, Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, and we look forward to hearing the delegations and answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. We'll move through the delegations now. Okay. Got to find my script here to get it proper.
Angela McLean
is now joining.
Perfect. Thanks, Amber. Okay, I'd like to call upon the first delegation, Angela McLean. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions a member of the Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Angela McLean. I'm a resident of Regina, Saskatchewan in the Rosemont area, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my fellow concerned neighbors. I'm also the mother of a child who was just 7 years old when he was attacked by a neighbor's dog in September 2024. This was not an isolated incident. For years, our neighbors allowed multiple aggressive dogs to roam freely. These dogs chased families, visitors, and children in our neighborhood. It became our daily reality. We could not safely step into our own backyard without fear. I had to carry pepper spray and a bat just to protect myself after being cornered multiple times by barking, snarling dogs. We called animal control constantly, sometimes multiple times a day, and each time the dogs were returned to the owner only to be let out again the same day. Before my son's attack, there were clear warning signs. There were repeat incidents. There were escalating risks, and yet nothing changed. When my son was attacked, police had to use a taser multiple times to stop the dog. This was preventable. The system failed to act, not because people didn't care, but because they didn't have the tools to act. And the impact on my son has been lasting. He now lives with fear. He struggles to feel safe walking outside his own home, and no child should have to live like that. I'm here today because the proposed amendments do not address what actually went wrong. They focus primarily on increasing fines. But fines do not prevent attacks, they do not stop repeat offenders, and they do not protect children. Fines happen after the harm has already been done. That is not prevention, that is reaction. What is missing here is accountability for repeat problem owners and tools for intervention. There are no meaningful mechanisms to step in when animals are repeatedly roaming or behaving aggressively. There are no escalating consequences that change behavior. There's no way to stop a situation before it becomes an attack. This is exactly what happened in my son's case, and this review falls short of being comprehensive. It focuses almost entirely on dogs without addressing other animals like cats. It does not address animal hoarding, which can be severe and dangerous. It does not reflect Indigenous worldviews, and it did not include meaningful public consultation. It does not appear to seriously consider what other cities are doing either. For example, in Winnipeg, there are bylaws that restrict ownership for repeat problem owners. They have tools that focus on prevention, not just punishment. This bylaw review is supposed to be comprehensive. It is not. It leaves the most critical gaps unaddressed. I'm here today because residents deserve better. They deserve to feel safe. Parents deserve to know that their children are protected when they're playing with their friends on their crescents. And enforcement officers deserve the authority to act before harm occurs. Right now, we are relying on a system that waits until after someone gets hurt. That is not good enough. This report was not comprehensive. I urge Council to reject these amendments and direct administration to return with a truly comprehensive, prevention-focused bylaw that protects our community, because what happened to my son should never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see questions. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Angela. So I don't know if you had the chance to hear this since you were waiting to be let into the meeting, perhaps. But did you hear where administration did just clarify right now that they said they will do further work? We'll need to clarify that further, but they have committed to doing additional work on this bylaw. I don't know if you heard that. Did you?
I didn't.
Okay.
I wasn't able to tune in beforehand, but I am. If they're doing additional work, I would be looking at it being comprehensive, like you promised.
Comprehensive, right. Okay, and were you able to participate in the engagement that has already happened with administration so far in this bylaw review process? Did you have the opportunity to participate yet?
I did. I participated in the public meeting that was held last September.
Okay, good. If in terms of additional work that is occurring, if there is the opportunity for further engagement, would you like to be involved in that process so you could see some of the changes that we're missing here potentially, like, still considered?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for coming today and for your continued advocacy on this bylaw. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. I see no further questions. Thank you for appearing today, and you can hang up now.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, I'd like to call Connie Buchanan, Old Pug Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which there may be an opportunity to respond to any questions of executive committee if they have questions. Please go ahead.
Should I be sitting here? Or?
Oh, you're fine there. Okay. Yeah, good to go.
I'm Connie Buchan, and I live in Regina, and I'm here today representing the Off-Leash Dog Park User Group. Old Pug is our acronym. And I am actually very glad to be here today and see you all again, which I really mean, because I'm here in a capacity of thankfulness and appreciation. Frequently you hear from people who aren't of that persuasion inclined, and me being one. So I want to take this opportunity to say I am in favor of something that's happening rather than opposed like I usually say. So in the previous animal bylaw review report, it was strongly opposed and loudly opposed by pet owners who are passionate about their animals, and they were not happy. It was so uplifting and encouraging to see that people can take a stand and that they can be heard by the mayor, the councillors, and city administration. Excuse me. I was very sorry to learn that a long-term employee ended up losing their job over the situation, especially when I know decisions and reports like this don't get to that stage that was at without higher-ups being made aware, or should be aware anyway. But now to the current report. I'm glad to see that the concerns of dog owners in particular were taken seriously, and this new direction is a good place to start. I hope we can make important and viable improvements in animal welfare in Regina. I do have some questions, though, more along the lines of what the previous speaker was talking about, timelines, when are things going to happen, Originally, it was talked about being a phased approach into reviewing the bylaws, and I'd like to know what are the next phases, when are they going to happen? When will they be coming back to council for our discussions and input? How will the public have input into those processes? Who is administration talking to about improvements? Because there are several that still need to be made. One thing is what question is what they will be focusing on. Our cat population is exploded in Regina, and it's become a very big problem. So I'm hoping that's one of the first next phases that they'll be looking at. And I hope the administration can work closely with the Regina Humane Society and Animal Protection and other organizations. That's exactly what they're for. They are there for it. They should be the experts on subject matter, and the administration, I would hope, would take direction from their input. My hope is also that the bylaws are put in place to give animal protection officers and the organizations they work for the tools and the power they need to do an effective job to protect themselves, the public, and the animals in our city. Now, if we could just get improvements in some of the off-leash dog park situation in Regina, then we would have great places to take our pets. But that's me getting another little point in there. So thanks for hearing me today.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegate? I see no questions. Thank you for appearing today. Oh, there it is. Sorry. I'm going blind, I guess. I should put my glasses back on. Councillor Kiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just, for the sake of asking just to check to see if you also, first of all, did you have the opportunity yet to provide your feedback, and also whether you're interested in personally being engaged as to share your feedback on additional things that need to be addressed and improved with the bylaw?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to participate, and yes, I would like to continue.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Double check this time, no more questions. Thank you. Next up, we have Tarina Nelson. Hello. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Executive Committee may have for you.
I was just going to ask if I have my delegation speech and some stuff here that I'd like each of the councillors to have. Is it okay if I pass it around, or Amber, would you like to come take it?
It's getting serious.
It's real.
You can start up whenever you're ready. It's good to go.
Thank you. Just an FYI, those choker collars, Cowtown was very nice to say that I could buy them and return them tomorrow, so please don't take the price tags off. They were very expensive and I had to buy a lot. Good morning, Mayor. Mayor's not here, sorry. Chair and Executive Committee. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to dedicate today's delegation to the memory of Rob Beaton, a founding principal of BBK Construction here in Regina. Rob was not only a respected professional in our community, but also someone whose family cared deeply about animals and their well-being. Through BBK's partnership in the development of the Regina Humane Society, his legacy is quite literally built into a place that provides care, protection, and second chances for thousands of animals in our city. His work reminds us that building a community is not just about infrastructure, it is about compassion. It is about recognizing what and how we treat our animals and who we are as a city. I would also like to take a moment to thank my daughter, Stephanie. She once stepped in to help a dog. She named her Kesha. That had been tied up in the backyard with a prong collar without adequate food, water, or shelter. The temperature was -40. She believed she was doing the right thing, protecting an animal in distress. However, when she brought Kesha to the Regina Humane Society, she was informed that her actions could potentially have legal consequences. Kesha was sent back to the owner and spent the rest of her life tied up in the backyard on a prong collar and later died. That experience has haunted my family. This experience has brought awareness to the inhumane treatment of our four-legged loved animals. Here are the reasons for the bylaw matters. I'm here today to speak to the proposed amendments to the Regina Animal 2009, and more importantly, the intent of the motion Councillor Sakidny and I brought back in January of 2025. The motion was clear. Council directed administration to undertake a comprehensive review of the animal bylaw, not a partial update, but a full modernization. This included broad stakeholder consultation, a scan of best practices across Canadian cities, and specific consideration for important animal welfare issues such as unsupervised tethering and the use of choker prong collars. Council also asked for recommendations that would meaningfully improve animal care and control in Regina, along with the timelines for future reviews. What has been brought forward does include positive steps. Measures such as interim court orders, clearer leash requirements, and stronger enforcement tools for dangerous animals will help improve public safety. These are important and should be acknowledged. However, the report is narrow in scope. Administration has stated that the review primarily focused on dangerous animals and public safety concerns. While that is important, it represents only part of what Council has directed them to do. This was intended to be a comprehensive review of animal care and control, including prevention, welfare, and responsible ownership, not just enforce after accidents occur. There are key areas identified in the original motion that have not been meaningfully addressed. For example, unsupervised tethering. We have heard from the Regina Humane Society that time-based limits on tethering are extremely difficult to enforce. Unless an officer is present during the duration, providing a violation becomes almost impossible. This is why many Canadian cities have moved towards restricting or prohibiting unsupervised tethering altogether. It is a clear, more enforceable standard that better protects both animals and the public. We also know that dogs that are frequently tethered are more likely to develop aggressive and are higher at risk for biting. Similarly, the motion directed administration to examine the use of choker collars, prong collars, and similar devices. These tools, when misused, can contribute to pain, fear, and reactive behavior in animals, again, increasing risk rather than reducing it. These issues were specifically identified by Council, yet they were not reflected in the proposed amendments. Respectfully, this work means that the work is not completed. Council did not ask for a limited update focused only on dangerous dogs. Council asked for leadership to Regina to align with modern evidence-based practices in animal care and control. Animal bylaws should not represent or respond to problems, they should prevent them. Today, Regina has an opportunity to raise the standard of care for animals in our city, an opportunity to move beyond reactive enforcement and provide proactive, humane, and effective policy. An opportunity to align with other municipalities in Canada that are already taking these steps. So, my recommendation to committee is this. Support the positive changes brought forward, but recognize that this does not fully meet the intent of the January 29 motion. I would ask that Council direct administration to return with additional amendments, including clear regulations on unsupervised tethering, consideration of restriction or harmful devices such as prong collars, a stronger focus on prevention and responsible ownership, a clear timeline to complete truly comprehensive review. In closing, this is about finishing the work the Council started. We have taken steps forward today, but we have not yet met the full intent of the motion. let's take the opportunity to do that, and Regina can become a leader in animal safety and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tarina. So you have 4 clear recommendations of additional work that you would like to see. I believe you did have the opportunity to engage on this. So first to clarify that, and I'm assuming you also want to be involved in further engagement. So let's start there.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Yes, I did. The 4 years that I was a councillor, I wanted to bring this motion forward, but we were too busy doing other things. And so my last intent, and you and I talked about it, was something that we could bring forward so that it would have to be dealt with at this time. When I talked with, when Minister Lyle Stewart was the minister at the time that I worked with him, he made it very clear that all we had to do was just increase the bylaws for the animals that reside within Regina. That's how we got around this being on a province's issue. This is our city. We can set bylaws and we can set standards however we want to and however it's effective for us. I've dealt lots with her and talked lots with Lisa from the Humane Society. They're very happy to take on that responsibility. So it's not like we don't have people in place to do that. Resulting in confusion and under option 2, resulting in confusion and administration inefficiencies, it's not confusion. Here's the bylaws within Regina. This is what the city of Regina enforces. These are our laws, and this is what we enforce.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, you're saying, like, there doesn't have to be this, the concern of, oh, are we stepping into the province's jurisdiction? You, based on your conversations with an MLA and just the work that you've done, that there are ways around that we can strengthen provisions for within the city of Regina to make sure that we are properly caring for animals, because if we don't, they will become aggressive. Is that... Like, I think I saw that in your remarks, and I've certainly heard you say that before.
Absolutely, and it's a way that we raise the standard of care for animals here in Regina. And the thing is, I grew up on a farm. I mean, there's things that are different between the cows and the horses and the chickens and the pigs compared to the dogs and cats and birds that we have in our city. So they're totally 2 different separate things, and in order for us to do what we need to do for the animals that we have in our city, it's a very easy, like Lyle Stewart said, it was a very easy training. He said, just set the bylaws to what we have in our city. We don't, and then they don't step on our toes, we don't step on their toes, and the Humane Society would love to do this. And I worked lots with them. We saved the animals that were in that house that day because of persistence and persistence and persistence. Lisa, the Humane Society's hands are tied. When I would report a dog, like my daughter, tied up in the backyard on a prong collar at -40, no shelter, no nothing, there's nothing they can do. Their hands are tied. That dogs right now can be tied up in your backyard forever. There is no time limit. And the problem is, even with the time limit, then the person has to go there and say, okay, we have a 2-hour time limit for dogs that are but the problem is we don't have the enforcement to sit there at that house, because all you got to do is say, oh, well, the dog was let go, we let him in the house. Well, we don't know that. And I can tell you, like Charlie, my dog there in the front, I was on the Humane Society and on them about Charlie and his starvation, and in this backyard, it's -40, there's no shelter, the poor little guy's feet. It came down to us rescuing the dog, the ownership had given up, and Charlie's doing wonderful now. But it was really sad, and what brought this to my awareness was when Stephanie did this back in 2017. I had no idea. I thought she was a hero. I was like, so damn, we should never have gone to the Humane Society and been honest about it, is really what we learned from that. So,
okay, and in terms of upgrading our standards here in Regina, I guess before that, how many years would you say, like, you and I have been working on this already for years. I think you've been working on it even longer. How many years would you say you've been working towards seeing this motion come to fruition?
Well, honestly, since 2017, it was December of 2017 when that incident happened with Stephanie. And that's when it became aware to me that, wow, we don't have the protection for our animals. And so that's what started the ball rolling. And actually, it was funny, while I was on the campaign during my election time, my first time when I was on, I heard it from many, many people, and I was like, I am going to do this. And that was one of my big things when I was elected as a counselor. But like I said, we were suing city managers, and we had COVID, and we had crap like that going on. So we just didn't have the capacity to do this. So we put it on. Shannon and I both agreed to put this on as our last legacy. And now that things have slowed down, you guys aren't dealing with COVID, you're not dealing with real and all that wonderful stuff. It's now you have the capacity. And in telling, this was supposed to be brought in fourth quarter of 2025. It is now a half a year later, and this is what we got. I'm really disappointed in this results.
And I think my last question, so also talking about care for animals, I know you've done a lot of research on this. My understanding is there are plenty of best practices elsewhere that we can lean on in terms of how do we put in care, like additional, how do we increase our, like bump up our standards for animal care without infringing on other jurisdiction? Is that accurate? Have you, like, based on your research, have you seen that there's best practices elsewhere that we can lean on? Like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here.
No, and it's not just me making stuff up. I've gone to counselors, I've gone to MLAs, I've gone to our Humane Society. These are things that are very easily set in place. Lisa from the Humane Society is asking for this. It's not like they're saying, you know what, we don't want to take on this responsibility. They want this responsibility so that when I call them and say this dog is tied up and it's starving, they can actually go and do something. So that's what's frustrating about this whole thing, is that this is work they want to do. We've done our work. I worked for years to get to this point, and I really thought this was going to be what it was supposed to be, and it's not. And look at Winnipeg, look at Calgary, and I know a lot of times they say, well, the provincial laws are different. It doesn't matter. The provincial laws can be the provincial laws, but the city bylaws are different than anything to do with the province, completely anything to do with the province.
Okay, thank you, Sharina.
I see no further questions. I have one myself. Impressed with all the research. I noted you got a lot of opinions on this. You mentioned MLAs and operators, but the legal opinions are the ones that's kind of funny here. Did you get any legal opinions on the provincial municipal overlap?
Well, you'll be hearing from a delegate today who'll be speaking on that behalf, and I'm going to let her speak on that behalf.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh. Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Through the chair, just because I'm not an expert on all this, and I love animals, love my dog, but when I leave my dog, say, out front in my yard, is that unsupervised?
Is he tied up to a...
Yeah, he's chained up in front of the tree, yeah, but I'm in the house.
Oh, and see, and this is... First of all, I'd like to thank you for not having the arrogance to say that you don't know. And that's the wonderful thing. I didn't know either. I looked to lawyers, I looked to other people in other jurisdictions. So thank you for that. I really would like to acknowledge that, because when you're a counselor, you don't know everything. You've got to ask people to find out. And that's the arrogance that I'm really glad that you're not showing. When we talk about, because here was the problem. This is where we kind of sat. Right now, there's no bylaw that says your dog can be tied up in the yard forever. Yep. Forever. So then there's nothing to say, okay, 2 hours, 1 hour, 5 hours. So when Councillor and I talked about it, and talked about it with other people, Winnipeg, I reached out to a bunch of people there that have some of these bylaws, BC. The problem is when you have unsupervised, like, so they're not supervised, then they can be left forever. If you stipulate their supervised tethering, right? And there's this, I mean, in my opinion, I'd like them never to be tethered, but I understand there's some realities behind that. If you're in the house and you're checking on them frequently. So if I phone the Humane Society and say, hey, this dog's been tethered up in the backyard, I've seen him there all day. The Humane Society can go to your house and say, okay, I've had a complaint that this dog has been tied up all day. Oh, you're at home and you've been checking on him periodically. That's fine. So, and it's a gray area, and like I said, we'll let the experts do the work to do it. But I know Councillor and I had talked about it, whether saying it should be because then we end up with the people that, they take their dog to the Safeway and then they tie him up. Well, technically that's unsupervised, but technically that's a really nice thing to do, to take your dog to to the grocery store and just tie them up while you're in there grabbing a few groceries. I get it. So that's up to the experts to do the work and to figure out what best is. But I know, like in Burnaby and lots of BC, North Vancouver, unsupervised tethering is just not allowed.
At like whatsoever.
No, but they put stipulations
Oh.
around unless you're in the house checking on the dog periodically and stuff like that. So
Okay.
then they had things like that. So, and there is places where they've said absolutely no tethering of dogs. So that's another thing, but that's the work that needs to be put into this to figure out what's best.
Interesting. So, I mean, it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel. We have other cities that we can just go look at and see
No.
what they do and incorporate that as our bylaws.
Well, and this is what's really frustrating is I did years of work to get here. I didn't just pull the stuff out of my, oh, this is what we should do. I went to Lyle Stewart. I went to these ministers and said, how can we do this? I spent a long time, even before I was a counselor, I was like researching this. And it's like, okay, what is this? And how did they implement that? How did they do this? And did it work? That was the other thing. Did it work? Did unsupervised tethering help with lowering the dog's anxiety, the risk, the calls to, absolutely. And that's the work that was done. I handed it to administration and said, and it was before, but I handed it and said, this is what the Minister of Agriculture said. He's passed away now, but I mean, he was a minister for many years. He's not, and like Lisa, she says, we want to do this work. We want to, because they feel bad. They go to these houses. I mean, the house that I went to with this gentleman that had 40 dogs in his house and never left the house. And that was my last thing I got to do as a counselor. We rescued all those dogs. He had a dog in his freezer. The dog was never let out of the house. None of the 40 dogs that were in there. But they had no way to prove anything. It was,
Yeah.
their hands are tied.
So-
And that's the thing, is give them the ability to protect our animals.
Right. So I guess my last question, just what we have down right now, it's a start, but we
It's a
got a
s-
long ways to go.
Absolutely. It's a start, and I want to acknowledge that, and I did in my thing. This was great work. But it did not complete the full motion that we had brought forward, that unanimously was passed by council.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rasevich. Mayor Bashinsky, Councillor Beazle, Councillor Siklis, I thought I seen a hand flash up on the screen. I might have cleared it. Did one of you guys have a question? I don't see a hand coming back up, so I'll say that was a no in just my eyes. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, and to the chair. Nice to see you. I did want to ask some questions, which I think you might have some specialty in, which I didn't really see in this report, which is service dogs and exceptions possibly for service dogs, because they are specially trained and possibly may have exceptions such as being tethered or being unleashed, and they are considered working animals. So I know that you're also invested in accessibility and disability, and I was just wondering what your opinion is on working animals.
So glad that you asked that, Councillor Turnbull. I know when I was doing some research into this, there are dogs that technically need prong collars for training by a trainer, an actual trainer. And now Connie and I talked a lot about this, and I talked a lot about this with some other trainers. There are necessary times when some dogs need to have prong collars during training, not tied up in the backyard forever. There are things when service dogs are a different entity than you and I owning a dog. They fall under a different realm of laws and things like that too. I don't know exactly how and what, but I know they are under different terms and different conditions than my dog in my backyard, little Jessie, and so on and so forth. So that's another thing that needs to be addressed. But I know that, and that was my thing, like not eliminating prong collars, because I know there are trainers and there are dogs that sometimes that's a necessity. I get it, but it's not a necessity to be tied up in the backyard with that thing on its neck.
Okay, I'll clarify. I think specifically with service dogs,
Yeah.
The bylaw change was to be leashed at all times and not be called by name. And I think with service dogs, there might have to be an exception to that.
Okay, is that where you, absolutely, because those are service dogs. They are trained dogs. They are actually working dogs. So that condition is different. That's a working dog. That dog is going to come back to you. That is their job to do that. And I know when we talked about this, because I actually didn't know that you could have unleashed dogs in the city of Regina. Actually, didn't know that. That was something that was very hidden because I never found out about that until this all happened. And I get that. And there's been a lot of complaints about things like that. But a service dog is a different entity than just my little puppies that are crazy.
I will make sure to ask administration to see if service dogs do have exception and how that would all work.
Thank you.
Because a lot of service dogs, as you know, actually have to go get help, so they can't necessarily be leashed.
Yeah, and my service dog, he can be in here and be unleashed. I was going to bring him today, but I decided not to. But they can be unleashed at times. They don't have to be leashed up. They just have to be under your control. So as long as they're under your control, then they're fine.
And with all of your time worked on this, did you consult with the accessibility, disability community? I just know that you're part of both.
No, I didn't. To tell you the truth, I didn't go there with that because I didn't know that this was even going to come with the leashing until it came. And then I've been so busy trying to get even just this delegation. I didn't get this done until like last night. Hence the reason why you just got it today. So.
Okay. And the other thing that I noticed in the changes, which I wanted your opinion on, which sort of has to do with accessibility as well, is that before it was like a once a year and then like a reset for the fines. So like kind of like when you drive, you have the points and then every year set, but now it said it would take that away. So let's say because of someone with a disability or children have all this, carrying all the things, the dog gets out the door. This is probably a question for administration. Would you say it's better now where it resets every year and so you get like 4 or 5 times? Or would you say that there shouldn't be a reset and it's like 5 times and you've reached whatever escalation it's at?
So there are issues that come down to common sense. Common sense. So my dog, actually, it was really funny. Wayne Mantica came over to interview me years ago. My dog got out. We were running around Pasqua Street chasing my dogs. Not cool, but it happened. Should I got a fine for that? It was an accident. That falls under discretion. But I mean, if your dog is constantly out and biting people, or constantly out and chasing and aggressive, then maybe there shouldn't be a reset. You need to be held accountable for what your dog's behavior is, and I'm held accountable for what my dog's behavior is. That's where the onus of responsible ownership comes down to. So has Jesse done that again? No, he hasn't done that again, because now I have a porch in the house, so I make sure he's not in the porch when I'm opening the front door. These are responsible things that people need to do. And to tell you the truth, these are so minor compared to the big issues that really need to be addressed and that were asked to be addressed in this motion. So thank you.
Respectfully, they're two different line items. The biting is a different line item than the escalating fines for escaping dogs. And then, in your opinion, especially with your experience as a counselor, do you find that neighbors and things sometimes get a little bit extra in reporting animals?
Well, I'm really glad you said that, because there was a gentleman in my ward that I became very close friends with and still are friends with now. He has 5 little puppies that were the cutest little guys in the whole wide world, and they were under complete control. I visited his house many times. His neighbor phoned the city of Regina and complained that his dogs were barking. The city of Regina bylaw enforcement officers showed up at his house and said that if he didn't get his dogs under control, that they were going to take him to court. So yes, there's exception. And yes, that bylaw officer was dealt with while I was a counselor, but these are the things that are borderline. You need to use discretion. The gentleman's dog was barking. They had a neighbor that wasn't very nice. It wasn't during the night. The city of Regina went overboard with what they did to this gentleman. They said that he would be actually, sent to court. They would take him to court for a violation of this and this and whatever. Then there's also the lady that has a neighbor that has a whole bunch of pigeons in their backyard and in their house and in the roof of his house. Are we dealing with that? No, it still hasn't been dealt with. Getting those dogs out of that house back in September of 2024, was a huge process for me, a huge process. It was me going to that gentleman's house, taking videos every single day of dogs yelping and crying, me finding the neighbor that said absolutely not, that these dogs have never been outside, never outside. They were stuck in the house. There was feces, there was animals. It was disgusting. But there was, like I said, you need some teeth in the game. Lisa needs to be able to say, hey, this is what we call dangerous.
So I hear you keep saying that there needs to be discretion and flexibility. So again, this is probably a question for administration, but to make sure that is part of the officer's ability to do that versus a set bylaw, do you think that's important that there is some of that? Because there is discretion, I think.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to tell you, like Charlie in that front there, the Humane Society had gone there and visited that house, and technically he was okay because he was running around in the backyard and he had some water. Do you or I think he's okay? I don't know. Do you think that dog looks healthy?
Any more questions?
I think I can leave the rest of my questions for a minute, but thank you so much for being here and advocating for this and bringing this forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
I see no further questions. You can return to the gallery.
Thanks.
Okay, our next delegate is appearing virtually. Pierre Sadiq, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, hi. This is Pierre Sadiq. Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am, Mr. Sadiq. Did you hear the intro, or should I repeat
Thank
it?
you.
Okay.
No, I get it now. No, I was just on hold and then brought in partway through, but I'm ready to go. So yes, thank you so much. I've been able to monitor some of this on the online access. My name is Pierre Sadiq. I'm a lawyer with Animal Justice. I'm based in Ottawa, and Animal Justice is Canada's leading national animal law organization. I want to thank all of you for the members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you on this important issue. So do I have about 5 minutes?
Yes, you do, sir.
Great, thank you. So the Regina Animal Bylaw exists to protect the public, to safeguard property, and promote humane treatment of animals. And, these purposes are all vital, and they properly engage council's authority to regulate in the public interest. I understand that administration is elected to proceed in phases, with the present amendments focused on dogs and public safety, and with matters relating to other animals to follow at a later stage. Both from a legal and policy perspective, the most effective form of public protection is prevention rather than reaction. And I think with some of the other presentations I heard this morning, I think that's the message that we're all getting. Municipal regulation is most efficient when it enables intervention before a situation escalates into a bite incident or an animal welfare concern or some other avoidable harm. And responsible pet ownership provisions serve that function. So my organization's work with the municipal bylaws across Canada has shown that other jurisdictions have been able to adopt care and or containment standards specifically designed to support early intervention. We've already heard some of the examples, I think, today of Calgary and Winnipeg. There's also Waterloo, Cantley, Toronto. These municipalities have recognized that clear standards respecting humane care, supervision, and or containment do reduce risk to both animals and the public. Now, in the report before committee, option 2 is framed as the addition of animal cruelty provisions to the bylaw, and it's not recommended, as I understand it at this point. Respectfully, Animal Justice views these measures under discussion somewhat differently. In our view, these ought to be characterized not so much as animal cruelty provisions, but as responsible pet ownership standards. For example, requirements relating to humane care, appropriate containment, and basic owner responsibilities. There is a distinction. Saskatchewan, like all provinces in Canada, already has legislation addressing animal cruelty and animals in distress through the Animal Protection Act. However, as in other provinces, the statutory threshold for legal distress is quite high. Provincial authorities generally intervene only after conditions have substantially deteriorated. An owner may technically meet the minimum provincial requirements for food, water, and shelter, or tethering, as we've been hearing this morning, while keeping an animal in conditions that most reasonable pet owners would regard as unacceptable or deeply inadequate. And in that regard, municipal bylaws can play a complementary role to the provincial legislation. They can establish clear and accessible standards for responsible pet ownership, educate owners on expected conduct, and authorize proportionate enforcement responses, such as warnings and fines. That way, municipalities are able to address concerns before they escalate into circumstances amounting to distress. Technical, legal standard has to be met under provincial law. In practice, municipal standards permit early intervention, and provincial legislation remains available where conditions escalate to the point of legal distress, dire conditions. In fact, in many jurisdictions across Canada, responsible pet ownership provisions in municipal bylaws are understood as supplementary rather than duplicating provincial legislation. They fill an important regulatory gap between best practices and legal distress. Regina Council has clear authority under the Cities Act, as I know you're aware, to regulate animals within municipal boundaries, including matters relating to control, containment, and responsible ownership. So it's for that reason that we submit that the inclusion of responsible pet ownership provisions would strengthen the bylaw. It would enhance prevention, improve public safety, and advance animal welfare in Regina through earlier, clearer, and more proportionate intervention so that we don't get the kinds of situations that Serena described happening as often or with as much impunity in Regina. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. I see Councillor Zakidniak has a question for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Can you speak a bit to the work that Animal Justice does? I believe it's a national organization. Can you just fill us in a bit about your work?
Sure. We're a national animal law organization, which means we're, mainly a bunch of lawyers and other staff, of course, communication and fundraising and so on, who work in many different ways, trying to use the law municipally, provincially, and federally to strengthen protection for animals. So we go to court. We lobby to try to have laws improved at all three levels of government, and we also sometimes undertake undercover investigations of animal abuse. Maybe a bit like some of the situations we heard about today, where someone is consistently tethering their dog in the backyard 24 hours a day, 40 below, and there are no authorities who have the resources to document that. We might do an undercover investigation where we gather the evidence and then bring it to the authorities so that that kind of a cruel situation can be stopped.
Great. Okay. Sorry. So then I heard you're a national animal law organization advocating for animal care, and you and there's lawyers involved in your organization. Are you a lawyer as well?
Yes, I'm a lawyer as well.
Yeah. And what is your position with your organization?
I am Government and Legislative Affairs Counsel with Animal Justice.
Great. And so do you have, with the work that you do across the country, are you also, have you helped municipalities strengthen their animal bylaws? Is that part of the work that you've done or do?
Yes. I've done that. We've done that. I think most recently in Winnipeg, next door to you folks, and in Toronto, next door to me here. We've worked with the municipal governments on improving their
Great.
bylaws, and of course coordinating in a way that coordinates nicely with the laws at the provincial level.
Okay. And so you're asking, I think, so I don't know if you heard like there is additional work planned. So if you heard that, but also just to confirm that you're asking for the consideration of responsible pet ownership provisions. Is that correct?
So I've heard that there's a phase 2 coming. I don't know if that's changed, but what we are saying is that we have seen many times, and we know it is feasible to introduce bylaws around things like unsupervised tethering or prong collars, the kind of things we heard a discussion about earlier today. And it was a really, really fulsome discussion around, how to enforce unsupervised tethering. I understand some trepidation, perhaps from one or more folks around the council table, and I think that the former councillor answered that really well in terms of it being the judgment of professionals, just like the city sees that kind of thing done with loitering bylaws or idling bylaws or litter in the front yard of private property owners. The professionals know when it's just a mistake, when it's responsible, or when it's gone too far, and in fact it is loitering, or the place is always full of garbage in the front yard, or this person has been idling for 2 hours. So that's the kind of thing that municipal officials are, in fact, able to enforce properly using judgment.
Okay. And perhaps my last question, just to clarify whether you've had the opportunity to provide your feedback yet, and either way, if you're interested in providing additional feedback as this bylaw review continues.
Yes, thank you. The only feedback I've provided is in the last 10 minutes, and we'd be pleased to provide ongoing feedback.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, I see you have some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi, Pierre. Thank you for what you've shared with us. I really appreciate when you talked about the effective form of public protection is prevention. Could you please elaborate a little bit more on that, and what does that mean? What does prevention look like?
Yeah, so prevention comes in various forms. Prevention, of course, as we all know, comes in the form of public education, public information. That's something you're not going to see too much from the provincial level around animal cruelty, animal welfare, and around responsible pet ownership. The province considers it has other priorities to focus on, so that's something that can be done. When there is a bylaw, or when there are provisions in a bylaw that complement what's there at the provincial level, then the municipality has the opportunity to inform and educate the citizens and pet owners about those kinds of things. So that's one way of prevention. Another way around prevention, fantastic way where nobody really gets hurt, is warnings. At the end of the day, there may be a fine for a non-responsible pet ownership actions or animal cruelty. But of course, the best thing is if the bylaw enforcement folks warn, and others also, word gets around. I got a warning for this. Oh, I left my dog outside too long in the cold. I got a warning for that. People talk about these kinds of things. Others hear about it and go, yeah, the city doesn't allow that. So that's kind of those are two of the most effective tools around prevention. The third is then when someone does get fined, that's a deterrent. That's a deterrent to others.
All right, thank you. And in your work, and in the work that your organization does, can you talk about what they've learned about the correlation of animal cruelty and irresponsible animal ownership, and how that is related to perhaps aggressive animals that might end up attacking people?
Yeah, so that's also fairly intuitive. When animals are, maybe like us human beings, when animals are in pain, or constantly in pain, chronic pain, or being treated poorly, they get grouchy, and grouchy animals will take it out on the nearest thing nearby, and it's tragic when it's a child. Animal, and many of us have pets. Animals that are well treated, tend to be less aggressive. You may get barky dogs and so on, all bark, no bite, but we've all seen the kinds of animals that are on a choke collar or on a prong collar, being nudged down the street. They're not happy, they're not feeling good, and they're aggressive. And that's the kind of thing municipalities are able to mitigate through bylaws.
Thank you. And just one last question. So what we're hearing is that in the case here is that the welfare of people who are attacked by animals is our responsibility and that's our jurisdiction, whereas the welfare of animals who are mistreated and abused is the responsibility of the province. But we know there is a correlation between the two. So with given the work that your organization does, can you talk about what would cases of effective coordination between provincial and municipal governments to address this so it's not this black and white, you can only take care of one thing and then the other jurisdiction can only take up another thing?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. And then there may be some misconceptions around that, though I'm not sure, but it's not that black and white. Under the Provincial Cities Act of Saskatchewan, cities such as municipalities such as Regina do have legal authority to regulate animals within municipal boundaries, and that does include matters pertaining to animal welfare. So it's a complementary approach, and I think we heard from one of the earlier witnesses who had conversations with provincial members of the legislature. There is an openness at the provincial level for Regina to take additional steps. There's very, very little risk that Regina would cross some sort of a boundary that would upset the province. Provinces are typically happy to have municipalities take some of the responsibility that complements the laws that the provinces have in place. With regard to animal welfare, when there is enabling legislation, and there is in this case in Saskatchewan, there is enabling provincial legislation that gives the municipality that authority.
All right. Thank you so much. Through the chair, that's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to ask with your specialties if you knew of any exceptions for service dogs and how that works for dogs which are working versus just domestic dogs as far as the law goes.
Yes, good question. I don't know. Let me put this way. Right now, no specific exceptions come to mind. I do know that I have never seen a situation, and reasonable people are just reasonable about this kind of thing, where someone has been given a hard time in connection with these types of animal cruelty bylaws with regard to a service dog. There are carve-outs for service animals in many different types of legislation and bylaws. As we all know, for example, coming into a restaurant, right, with a service animal is acceptable, but you can't bring your dog to a restaurant necessarily. So I have never seen a persistent problem around service animals being caught accidentally in these kinds of bylaws.
Okay, and then I guess if the bylaw says a dog has to be leashed at all times, would that not be in conflict with service dogs?
Well, the bylaw could just have an exception for, for service dogs, legitimate service dogs, not, where someone has, what it takes to have a licensed service dog. Yeah.
So we would just need to make sure we have exceptions in our bylaws to allow for service dogs.
Yeah, we are, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
so
sorry, go ahead.
So we just have to make sure we include that. That's all we have to do, is to put in that flexibility and discretion so that we can have flexibility for those working dogs.
So here's my careful lawyerly answer to that. I have not studied carefully the Cities Act, the legislation in the province of Saskatchewan, or the existing bylaws in Regina. So I don't know if it's as simple as putting in clause, 3B exception, but I know it can be done. I just don't know how easy it is to do it in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm afraid I can't give a legal opinion on that.
But to your knowledge, they don't already separated. They're not already separated by provincial law or anything as a special category. It's just dogs.
I don't know. I do not have the knowledge about that situation in Saskatchewan, I'm afraid. But I know I have not seen it be a persistent problem in any other province where I have looked at that kind of an issue.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I will ask the appropriate people when it's time. I really appreciate your expertise.
You're welcome.
I see no further questions, so I do have one for you myself. You identified yourself as a legal professional. In your response to Councillor Turnbull a moment ago, you kind of mentioned, if I heard you correctly, that you haven't studied the Animal Protection Act in Saskatchewan or the Cities Act in Regina. Was that just in pertaining to the service dog question, or was that as a broad statement that you haven't studied that act?
So that was a lawyerly answer. All I'm saying is I felt I was on the verge of giving a legal opinion about the situation with the Cities Act and the bylaws in Regina, and I have not looked at the legislation municipally or provincially closely enough to give anything that could be considered a definitive legal opinion. I have, of course, in preparation for this opportunity to present here today, had a look at the Cities Act and the bylaws in Regina, but only on a sort of cursory basis so that I can make general comments.
Appreciate that. I'm not trying to bust you either. Just asking because we were given a legal opinion from administration. It talks about an overlay between the Animal Protection Act as well as the Cities Act and a risk for overstepping on enforcement. So just wondering how deep you went lawyerly into the whole debate. I'm just wondering with your qualifications. So.
Yeah, so again, based on work in other provinces within other municipalities, the provinces have typically been happy to have the municipality provide complementary support, assistance, and enforcement in connection with matters pertaining to animal protection legislation.
This complementary enforcement and help back and forth, is there usually funding mechanisms back and forth with that as well? I'm imagining this is a fairly expensive endeavor for the type of enforcement we're talking about. What have you seen in other provinces? Do they fund these actions, or what goes on elsewhere that you've witnessed?
Well, in some cases, sure, good question. In some cases, like in British Columbia and in other provinces, you have a Humane Society kind of situation or a BC SPCA kind of situation. I believe Regina already has the Regina Humane Society doing some of this work. So it's not, it's not necessarily prohibitively expensive, particularly if you're beginning with things like tethering, dealing with tethering or choke collars. That's different than, let's say, a more moderately expensive licensing and registration system for dog breeders, right? So it is not necessarily prohibitively expensive. Whether the province will chip in for that kind of thing, I do know that, for example, in British Columbia, the province, I believe, helps support the BC SPCA, and the BC SPCA does do some bylaw work at the municipal level, so it does sound like there's some money flowing in those instances.
Because there's a responsibility there, and that comes with a price tag. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Okay,
Thank you. Pleasure.
And I see no further questions for you. You can hang up, and thanks again.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Next up, we'll call upon Angela Tremka, sorry about that, from Bird Friendly Regina. As you make yourself down, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Angela Tremka. I reside here in Regina, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Bird Friendly Regina. Before the amendments to the Regina Animal Bylaw be approved, Bird Friendly Regina recommends a comprehensive CAT phase with public communications and engagement opportunities. Email correspondence with the licensing coordinator on October 15th, 2025 indicated, quote, "The plan is to address cats in one of the future phases for sure, and more engagement will be needed to shape the recommendations put forward," end quote. We would like to see similar public communications and engagement opportunities that were provided for the dog phase, like inviting key stakeholders, public engagement events, the Be Heard page with project updates, and a cat survey. So why a cat phase? Over the past 50 years, bird populations have decreased by 25% in North America, and that's 3 billion birds. And these losses are primarily attributed to human-related activities, number one of which is unnatural predation from free-roaming cats, which we are responsible for as pet owners. Free-roaming owned cats and feral cats are responsible for up to 197 million bird deaths each year in Canada. These losses can be significantly reduced through cooperative efforts between municipalities, cat owners, and community organizations. The current bylaw requires cat owners to license and spay or neuter their cats and prohibits cats from roaming freely. We are pleased these regulations will remain in place. Still, many cats roam at large in the city, contrary to the bylaw, and we recommend greater efforts to ensure the bylaw intent is followed and that it is strengthened and paired with clear, enforceable provisions and community education programs. Strengthening both enforcement and education efforts to reduce the number of cats at large in our city would result in many tangible benefits, such as improving cat welfare. So roaming cats face risks like vehicle collisions, extreme weather, getting lost, eating something they shouldn't, and reducing roaming helps cats live longer, live healthier lives, and decreases injuries and death. There would be reduced strain on animal rescues and shelters. So fewer roaming and unowned cats means fewer kittens being born outdoors, fewer injured animals needing treatment, and fewer cats entering shelters. This saves financial resources, staff time, and volunteer capacity for rescues and animal services. This would also protect local wildlife and biodiversity. So reducing outdoor cat populations helps protect birds, small mammals, and amphibians, supporting healthier urban ecosystems and biodiversity. There'd be fewer community conflicts, so roaming cats can cause neighborhood issues such as the neighbor's cat pooping in the garden bed, digging in gardens, spraying at your doorstep, and then a noise, especially when cats are in heat. This would lower municipal costs, so reducing roaming cat populations can lower costs related to animal control, shelter intake, wildlife rehabilitation of injured birds and mammals, and complaints responses, allowing municipalities to allocate resources more effectively. And this also strengthens federal granting requests. So this is an area in the Bird Friendly City application where we can improve to maintain our designation. And maintaining this bird friendly designation strengthens federal granting requests for municipal protected areas, sustainability, nature-based climate solutions, and biodiversity protections, because the designation shows a track record of furthering these federal goals at a municipal level. By following proven models from other Canadian cities, Regina can ensure fair and effective implementation while supporting residents through education and resources. As Regina upholds its designation as a certified bird-friendly city, our collective mission is to mitigate human-related threats to birds and foster a city where wildlife and people can thrive. We hope to be able to collaborate with municipal leaders and other groups within a comprehensive cat phase to continue to build a safe and healthy environment for birds, cats, and all who share our community. When we help birds, we are helping make healthier communities for people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up, we have Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through Chair. Hi, Angela. Hi. Thank you for your presentation. Could you please elaborate a little bit more about what does it mean to be a bird-friendly city?
Yes, absolutely. Bird-friendly cities are a way to declare that we as a community are dedicated to making our urban areas safe for birds. Making cities safe for birds benefits other wildlife and the physical, mental, and social well-being of the people living in that community too. So it's a way for people to come together in a common, within a common goal to improve our community for birds and people. And Regina has been designated as a bird-friendly city by Nature Canada since 2022. And we were the 5th municipality to get this designation, which was a really, really great thing for Regina and for Saskatchewan. And getting designated as a bird-friendly city is a huge undertaking and accomplishment. The bird-friendly city group must show that their municipality reaches certain standards in the 3 categories that Nature Canada has identified, which is reducing human-related threats to birds, habitat protection, and community outreach and education. And a team from Nature Canada then provides an overall score for each area and determines whether our city sits in entry, intermediate, or high level. There are 23 sections with 14 subsections within this application, and CATS is number 1, and that is for a very good reason. So we must continue to maintain and improve these areas in order to keep this designation. So we must recertify every 3 years as a city to show our city's progress, and our next certification date is in 2027.
Thank you. I'm really proud to know that we are a bird-friendly city and we are one of 6 municipalities across Canada. So given that we have to reach certain standards to make sure that is possible and that we maintain our designation, could you elaborate of any type of enforcement or enforceable provisions and community education that Bird Friendly Regina would recommend?
Specifically for cats, for this cat, yeah. So some examples that we have here is public education campaigns on the risk of outdoor roaming for both cats and wildlife. Guidance. So I think the theme here too is proactive. Guidance on enrichment alternatives such as catios, leashes, strollers, or cat backpacks. Subsidized spay, neuter, and microchipping programs to reduce stray populations. Registration and monitoring of feral colonies by trained personnel or volunteers. And a requirement to have active trap, neuter, release programs to reduce feral populations, and support and outreach to help residents transition their cats safely from roaming to supervised lifestyles.
Perfect, thank you. And just one last question. So you mentioned earlier that in an ideal world, we would have the type of engagement that we had recently that we did for dangerous dogs. So this would be the type of things that organizations like Bird Friendly Regina would recommend, and probably other things should we have the type of engagement. Is that why you believe that engagement is vital for developing a comprehensive animal bylaw?
Absolutely. I think we need to hear from the community as well. And there's a lot of organizations that need to have their voice heard, along with a lot of the animal rescues and shelters too.
Perfect. And just one last question. I just want to touch on, earlier you mentioned about animal rehabilitation and the costs. So the costs of this are it is organizations like rescues that have to deal with those costs. Is there any funding or anything that comes from municipal or provincial government, or how is the repercussions of injured animals through cats and things like that being affecting these organizations?
Well, so that's one thing that I have a wildlife rehabilitation background, and working or volunteering within those that rehab setting, you see that a lot of birds and small mammals that are coming in, as well as amphibians as well, are due to cat attacks, and that's something that is definitely something that we can avoid happening in the future, so we can prevent that. Now, these are nonprofits that are working with very limited budgets, and it's really hard to find grants. And so wherever the opportunity provides to find grants to support those organizations, they would not require those same kinds of resources if there were preventative measures in the first place.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about the bird-friendly city a bit more. Can you give any examples of some tangible benefits to the city of Regina? I guess maybe before that question. So we are designated as a bird-friendly city, but my understanding is we're just in the very basic tier. Is that correct? Like there's different tiers of bird-friendly city that you could be. We're just entry-level bird-friendly city. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think with that entry level, the thing that might be a little bit concerning with staying within that entry level is it's really easy for us to be losing points. And if you're only in entry level, you can have that full designation taken away. So I think wanting to work our way up to that intermediate level creates that kind of safeguard of like, we will continue to maintain this really important designation.
Okay, and on that note, can you speak to some of the benefits to the city of Regina for maintaining our status as a bird-friendly city? So perhaps tangible benefits or just benefits in general?
So one of the things that I was talking about when talking about like strengthening perhaps like federal granting requests. So if the municipality has a bird-friendly designation, they might be more they're showing that track record of furthering those federal goals at the municipal level. So there's different grants like the Nature Smart Climate Solutions Fund or the Green Municipal Fund, those kinds of things. I think a bird-friendly city would be more apt to receive, especially when considering like in terms of infrastructure grants, retrofitting buildings. Having this designation is really important for setting your municipality apart from others.
Great, thank you. And did you have, so two parts of this question, did you have the opportunity yet to provide your feedback in this process? And whether or not you did, or is Bird Friendly Regina interested in providing additional feedback as engagement continues on this bylaw review?
Yeah, we did not have, or I did not specifically have opportunity to provide feedback, except for in the dog phase survey where there was an additional question where we asked like, what about a cat phase? And just sending an email asking like, we would love to provide our feedback. So in the future, we definitely would like to, and a cat phase is a way to do that in a comprehensive manner.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zkiniak. It is time for our recess right now. We'll stop for a 15-minute break and pick it up at about between 1:45, 10:02 in that area. I see we have quorum and most people are back to their seats. We left off with the delegate Angela Tremka answering some questions for executive committee. I was wondering if Angela could make her way back down to the delegate chair. Or delegate seat sounds more professional, I guess. Okay. First up, we have Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair. So, hey, Angela, just wondering if there was one thing, what's the one biggest thing that you'd like to see, I guess, for cats in terms of, I guess, a bylaw?
Bylaw enforcement and the proactive education on why this bylaw is so important and needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I did Google that there is a bylaw in place.
Yes.
Cats not, but it needs. Would you say we need to enforce it better?
Yes, I would say we would need to enforce the bylaw better and have more knowledge. A lot of people don't even know that this bylaw exists.
Right.
And so, first of all, the education that this bylaw does exist, education on why it is important to keep our cats safe indoors or in catios, and the risks involved with not doing that, and then the risks to wildlife and biodiversity as a whole as well.
And would you know? Do you have any experience with anybody, like, say, an owner of a cat that had a cat running around in terms of a fine, you know, of them having to pay the fine or not paying? You know, it's kind of like parking in the city. I'm just wondering, we don't have any ability to collect that money, even if we write a ticket. Is it somewhat similar? Do you know? I'm just asking if you know.
I don't know. I'm wondering if having a cat phase where we have more of the people who do have the answers to that question, if you have us all in a room and we're talking about that, we can get some of those answers, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. I do understand the roaming cat problem. I want to describe how my mom is 92. My father passed away a couple of years ago, and my mom has 2 cats. These cats bring great joy and companionship. She's now in assisted living, so what I'll describe is not an immediate issue, but when she was in the house, the cats would stake out the door and bolt upon her checking the mail or whatever like that. Did I mention she's 92? I didn't mention she uses a walker. So my questions to you are, where does roaming rank in the list of problems, and how aggressive should enforcement be?
So when it comes to bird safety, it is the number one problem for bird mortality. That is number one. Window strikes is number 2. So there, with an education component, we can talk about some of the other things that could work for cats who do tend to sneak out and there's specific cat collars that look like clown collars. They're a little bit goofy, but cats can wear those, and they're 90% effective in reducing the cats actually attacking birds. So there are a lot of other methods that you can pair with this bylaw, perhaps, and just in education that could help.
Okay, and just to review, my questions were, where does it rank in the list of problems, and then how aggressive should enforcement be?
The enforcement, that I'm not sure I can answer that right now. I'm wondering if that would become more clear after the cat phase, where we're all talking about what we would like to see in a bylaw. So I'm not sure if I can answer your question right now with how strict that because maybe the enforcement looks different than what I'm picturing right now too, and so maybe we have to talk about like what is enforcement versus not.
Okay. And on the list of problems, where does it rank? The cat roaming, is there other activities, other things that need to be worried about? Is cat roaming number 1, number 10?
I think cat roaming would be number 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Well, thank you for being here. Seeing as you're our bird expert, I wanted to ask you about one of the most common things I get in my email about animals, which is the Canada geese. I have so many emails about people's opinions on what we should do to protect them or get rid of them or do this or do that. And so, seeing that you're here, I would love to know what is in place already for Canada geese and what any recommendations there would be if there was any.
That is a really big question with a giant scope. I'm not sure if I am prepared to speak on Canada geese, other than to say I can give some tips and advice on best nesting practices when they happen to nest in your planter box and you're not expecting that. I don't know if I would be the right expert to talk on Canada geese as a whole within our city.
Okay, it's just probably the number one thing in relations to animal control I get questions about, or protecting them, one or the other. That's all
really,
I was asking. So
yeah, that's really good to know. That's something that we can definitely talk about within our committee and see if there's some more education that we can do around Canada geese and get that out to the city.
And are they a protected species?
They are, yes.
So since they are a protected species, we can't do animal control on them.
No. But we could talk about different ways that we could coexist with geese, and maybe some easier things, such as like if we're having troubles with Canada geese nesting in front of our business or in front of our home, where it is really maybe a hassle when they're nesting because they're a little bit more aggressive during that time period. We can plant some native plants that are a little bit taller than they like, and then that would prevent them from nesting there. So there's different things that we can do to coexist with geese within our city, and a lot of that is depending on the types of plants that we have around.
And something I have heard of is maybe bylaws around not feeding the geese or something like that.
Oh yeah, I would say do not feed the geese, especially not bread. That is something that is actually really bad for them. It can result in angel wing syndrome, which even though that sounds nice, it's something that would lead to severe defects and potential death. So not feeding the geese would be that would I think that's something that Bird Friendly Regina would be okay with if there was more signage about that in certain parks, and especially around water areas. That is a big one for sure. I see it often when I'm out at the park, and I don't want to be the one being like, hey, you shouldn't feed the geese.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and your expertise on how to coexist with geese.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on one of the answers that you had given to Councillor Burton, because you were talking about that there are, you said clown colors, and I think I understand what you're meaning by that, but I think what it is, so I just want to clarify, is that if cats are wearing brightly colored collars, that birds will see them before they're able, generally speaking, to, like you were saying, it reduces it substantially, so that they're more visible to birds. So even though they'll still try and attack birds, they'll be less successful because the color, or I also heard that there can be something that creates noise, and so it gives birds a warning, and that's another way to reduce attacks on birds. Is that accurate?
Thank you for clarifying that. I realize I didn't describe that in its totality. The sound does not work.
Okay.
So bells, that doesn't work because our cities are very noisy and the birds are used to all sorts of sounds from construction to vehicles. So that, and cats are very stealthy and they know how to crouch up on birds very quietly. But yes, you are right with the color. There's extra like UV and some things that the birds can see even better than what our eyes can see. And when cats are wearing that is an effective in the birds noticing the cat and getting out of the way.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that we're not dressing our cats up like clowns.
I know, I'm so sorry for it. It's just they do look they're very bright and a little bit goofy.
Yeah.
And yes, so that
but it
thank
is
you.
proven to be effective.
It is proven to be effective.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zakiniak. I see no further questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. Next up, we have Lisa Cook and Lindsay West from the Regina Humane Society. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and the city town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have their opportunity to respond to any questions. And feel free to start when you're ready.
My name is Lisa Cook, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Humane Society, and I reside in the city of Regina.
And my name is Lindsay West. I'm the Director of Operations for the Regina Humane Society. I'm also a provincially authorized animal protection officer, and I reside in Regina, Saskatchewan as well.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Executive Committee for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Regina Humane Society. For more than 60 years, the Regina Humane Society has promoted animal well-being and fostered a humane community for both animals and people. Since 1988, we have partnered with the City of Regina to provide municipal impound services, and since 1998 to enforce the animal bylaw. We value that long-standing partnership and the trust placed in us to carry out this important work for the community. The purpose of the Regina Animal Bylaw is to protect people, animals, and property, and to ensure the humane treatment of animals. Through our enforcement work, we see firsthand where improvements can strengthen public safety and animal welfare. In January 2025, Council directed that the Regina Animal Bylaw 2009 undergo an environmental scan, best practice review, and revision in consultation with stakeholders. As part of that process, the Humane Society conducted a national scan of recently updated municipal bylaws and best practice guidance, sharing the findings with administration. Administration has indicated the review will proceed in phases, with current amendments focused on dogs and public safety, with provisions related to cats and other animals to follow. We welcome that phased approach and look forward to continuing to work collaboratively. We appreciate the work administration has undertaken to bring forward several amendments to the bylaw, including the introduction of mandatory bite reporting, escalating impoundment fees for repeat at-large dogs, and clarification that physical control rather than verbal control is required. These measures improve clarity and support more consistent enforcement in situations that present risk to the public. The addition of a judicial interim order mechanism is an important step, as it allows courts to impose temporary safety conditions following a serious bite incident while a dangerous dog matter proceeds through the court process. For these orders to be effective, they must be obtainable quickly, and the court process must move in a timely way. Interim orders are critical when serious incidents occur. However, our enforcement experience shows that the most effective way to protect the public is to intervene before situations escalate. Responsible pet ownership provisions give municipalities the tools to address roaming dogs, poor containment, or escalating behavior before they result in bites or other public safety concerns. Public feedback gathered during the review reflects strong support for this preventative approach. In the survey conducted as part of the bylaw review, the most common response to the question, "What do you believe would help reduce aggression in dogs?" was regulations promoting responsible pet ownership, identified by 6,824 respondents. Our review of recently updated municipal bylaws across Canada found that many jurisdictions include care and/or containment requirements to support early intervention before situations escalate. Examples include Calgary, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, Victoria, Vancouver, and Montreal. The report presents option 2 as the addition of animal cruelty provisions to the bylaw and does not recommend it. From the Regina Humane Society's enforcement perspective, however, the measures discussed function primarily as responsible pet ownership requirements, such as humane care and appropriate containment. Animal cruelty and animals in distress are addressed under the Animal Protection Act, administered by the province of Saskatchewan. Because the threshold for distress is high, intervention typically occurs only after conditions have significantly deteriorated. In practice, a dog can meet legal requirements for food, water, shelter, and veterinary care while spending most of its life tethered. Municipal bylaws play a complementary role by establishing clear expectations for responsible pet ownership and providing tools to educate owners, issue warnings or tickets where necessary, and address problems early, before they escalate into animal distress or public safety incidents. Because the Regina Humane Society enforces both the municipal bylaw and the Provincial Animal Protection Act, we see firsthand how these frameworks work together. Municipal standards allow issues to be addressed earlier, while provincial legislation provides authority when situations escalate to distress. Through our discussions with the provincial ministry responsible for the Animal Protection Act, our understanding is that responsible pet ownership provisions in municipal bylaws are viewed as complementary to provincial legislation rather than duplicative. Municipalities also have the authority under the Cities Act to regulate animals, including provisions related to containment, control, and responsible pet ownership. For these reasons, the Regina Humane Society believes that including responsible pet ownership provisions in the animal bylaw would strengthen prevention, public safety, and animal welfare in our community. That same preventative approach guides our work beyond enforcement. In 2026, the Humane Society is expanding its Be Dog Smart Children's Bite Prevention Program with the Saskatchewan Health Authority and introducing worker safety, dog bite prevention seminars for workers who encounter dogs on the job. Together, these initiatives reflect a simple principle. The most effective way to protect both people and animals is prevention. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this bylaw review and look forward to continuing to work with administration and council as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see questions. Councillor Zakiniak, please go.
Thank you. I hear some, the language that you're using and the language that Animal Justice used of responsible pet ownership. Do you see that as, do you distinguish that differently from the wording in the report of managing animal cruelty? So do you think we can address responsible pet ownership and do more to encourage that doesn't cross into provincial jurisdiction?
Yes, absolutely. As I mentioned in our report, the threshold for animal protection distress is very high. Providing provisions within the bylaw allows officers to intervene at an early stage. Perhaps it could be a warning, it could be education. It could also be a ticket, should that be determined. It also allows us to intervene in ways, in other supportive mechanisms. We have a pet food bank, a Pet Connection, where we provided 6,000 kilograms of pet food to pet owners who were in need last year and continues to do so, along with pet-related items, so leashes, collars, not choke collars. We can certainly provide collars that replace those with means that are more effective. So providing municipal bylaw provisions allows our officers to intervene much earlier than what is required for distress under the Animal Protection Act.
Great. Also, I, like many, have made the connection today, so just wanting to hear more about this from you. So aside from making sure that we are able to, if we strengthen our responsible pet ownership provisions, that we are able to intervene earlier. My understanding of what folks are saying is that this also, if we can encourage responsible pet ownership, then that will help in a preventative way to discourage aggressive animals and biting. So this is how we can proactively ensure that our bylaws will be working more effectively. Does that match your opinion as well?
Absolutely. A dog that is tethered for most of its life, as the gentleman from Animal Justice indicated, unsocialized animals are animals that react poorly when they encounter someone in the community. And if they don't have basic care, they go looking for it. If I don't have food, water, and shelter at home, I'll find a way to get out and go looking for it. And that's why you'll see animals roaming. They're looking for something. And so if you can make those provisions a part of the bylaw, it does prevent roaming, certainly with dogs, and as well the socialization element, which can lead to bites for sure.
Okay, and if we are to consider, as part of this, as this bylaw review continues, to also consider provisions for responsible care ownership, would that help you to be able to do your job better and also respond to the growing numbers of aggressive animals and bites that we're seeing in this city as well?
Yes, I think the key is that it's not duplicative. It allows us to have more tools in our toolbox. And it can be very frustrating. As I said, an animal can have food, water, shelter, meet those legal thresholds, but they can spend the rest of their life on a chain, or their entire life on a chain. And there is no provision. Psychological safety or welfare is very difficult to prove, very, very difficult to prove. And so this gives the bylaw, gives animal welfare and public safety more teeth in the community by adding it to the bylaw.
Okay. And just for the sake of consistency, I know you've been engaged already, and I'm hearing that you want to continue to be engaged as this review continues. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. We are welcome it, and we're very grateful that we were able to be a part of this process.
Oh, and just to pick up on one of the remarks that former Councillor Nelson was saying is you want to, like, even if our bylaws have additional provisions for animal responsible pet ownership, this is work you welcome. You welcome this opportunity to have more work. This is work that you want to take on. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. As a humane society, our goal is to keep animals and people together, healthy and happy and responsible, and anything that we can add to the toolbox to be able to do that. I mean, we have outreach programs, we have the Animal Protection Act, and certainly provisions within the animal bylaw will allow us to be able to intervene at an earlier stage, and ultimately, enforcement. People talk about paying tickets or not paying tickets, but there's also outreach and other education type materials that can help point people in the right direction or give them the support that they need to be able to keep their pets responsibly.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Hello, thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you do. And congratulations on the beautiful new facility.
Thank you.
So, given that the Humane Society is tasked with the animal control portion of it, and when people are called to deal with aggressive dogs, do you have the space and resources and capacity to deal with those aggressive dogs, especially those repeat offenders, to hold them and to deal with that issue?
Well, I think part of that process is not a capacity to hold them. There is a scale when it comes to dog bites. You can have a dog, a breaking of skin is considered a dog bite. So if a dog bites or breaks a skin in any capacity, it's called a bite. There is a scale called the Dunbar Bite Scale, which will determine the severity of the bite, and typically public health is familiar with that, as is the Humane Society. So, the impact of a bite from a Chihuahua, for example, it could be different than a bite from a much larger dog or a much stronger dog. And it also has to do with the victim. A bite on a child might be more severe than a bite on an adult, for example. So there's many, many different factors. Part of the challenge when it comes to safety is making sure that if there is a dog that is, pending a dangerous dog hearing, which can take many, 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 many months, what happens in the interim? And so one of the things that we've seen in other communities is an interim control order, which under this report, there's a judicial order, which can be issued by a judge that can impose conditions on the dog while it's awaiting, and its owner waiting a hearing. So things like it has to wear a muzzle all the time when it's outside, or fencing requirements, things like that. Our preference would be to have that issued immediately rather than having to wait it to go through a judicial process. But our understanding is that the legal, we don't have the legal authority to be able to do that. We see it in other communities across Canada. I know that their provincial acts and the Cities Act may be different to allow them. I know that Warman, Saskatchewan does have, as part of their bylaw, that animal control order officers can order a dog to wear a muzzle following a bite. So we're not sure, but really it's the immediacy, which is the, not capacity, but rather the immediacy to be able to respond.
Okay, so through your chair, if I'm understanding correctly, if a dog has attacked somebody and it's taken by animal control to you guys, that's correct. The dog would be released to the owner for that period of time for the hearing to happen. So 2 questions. So at that time, that dog does not stay with you guys. It would be returned to the owner, and currently there are no provisions that the owner has to follow during that period of waiting. So that's one question. And my second question is, what contributes to because the time you mentioned is quite lengthy, so what contributes to this lengthy time?
Well, often animal protection officers are not present when a dog bite takes place. In many cases, the person has taken the animal home, or it's reported, days after the fact. So typically speaking, dogs who have bitten remain with their owners, and the incidence of severe bites is rare. So animals typically stay with their owners. If there was a severe public safety threat regarding or concern regarding a dog that has bitten someone, it could be impounded. However, it's actually the length of the court process that becomes problematic. Impounding an aggressive dog is a different situation than impounding a well-behaved dog, because then you actually are compounding risk, certainly occupational health and safety risk for impound facilities, but also animal welfare risk. You can't walk an aggressive dog. You can't engage with an aggressive dog. You can't medically treat an aggressive dog. And so really it's the court timelines that become the problem, not only for animal welfare, but also for any other occupational health and safety risks that there are associated. It is used as a last resort. Primarily, interim control orders can handle the situation by placing criteria on the owners, fixing fences, making sure the dog is wearing a leash, muzzle, etc.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So in this case, I'm hearing from residents, I believe when it comes to aggressive dogs, the main concern I have heard is having dogs who are in neighborhoods who have repeatedly attacked people, right? And the concern is that what is being done about that? How can we mitigate this? So what I'm hearing from you is that when we have not the, little Chihuahua who's, you can scoop it up and you're good to go, but the larger dogs who, the larger dogs who are aggressive, who are hard to handle, and what I'm hearing from you is that we don't have the facilities or ability to take that dog off the street currently, away from the owner, because the issue is the repeat danger, right? Because it keeps happening is what I'm hearing from residents. And it's not a lot, but there are a few cases in which residents have seen dogs continue to be at large and attacking folks. So what would need to happen, or what do we need to do for us to be able to take those dogs away from likely not the best owners, so that they're not in a bad environment, the dog itself, but also not posing a threat to that neighborhood?
I think that there's a lot of opportunities. It depends on the circumstance. Certainly if an animal is running at large and it's picked up and brought to the Humane Society, the owner has to reclaim it. And one of the provisions in the new bylaw, or the bylaw report, is increasing impoundment fees for repeat offenders. So an initial offense would be $50, and then the next time they come to reclaim the dog, it's $100. And we agree with that, and potentially would certainly support it being higher, the third offense being $300 or $400 for the fifth offense. Because as you state, if someone is allowing their dog to run at large, I mean, not only is it a danger to public safety, but it's not good for the animal either. So making it prohibitive for the owner to allow the dog to continue to run at large is certainly one way to do that. Oftentimes the dogs will run at large and they'll return to their yard before anybody is on site to be able to handle the dog. So that becomes a problem. Other communities, I believe it's Edmonton, have nuisance licenses. So dogs are required to be licensed in order to be owned by an owner in the city. When there are repeat offenders in the community, they have nuisance licenses, which impose certain conditions. And if you don't meet those conditions, that means you can't have a license. And if you can't have a license, that means you can't have a pet. And so I know that there's a lot of legalities involved in those types of things, but these are some of the things that we saw in our environmental scans to address those very problems of repeat offenders, individuals who continue to. And I think that there is some good work here, with the impoundment fees certainly acting as a deterrent.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions through you, Chair. So my concern here is we are talking about not your average dog owner that would treat their pet like a family. You see, they take care of them and they do the best they can. We're talking about dog owners that have, would likely not really care enough to maybe pick up their dogs or follow, even if we were to put provisions that say you have to muzzle your dog, you have to do XYZ. The likelihood that this owner would actually follow that, given that they're already neglecting their dog, causing their dog to be aggressive, what would need to be done for us to be able to say this dog can go back to this owner because it's clearly not working? Is there a world in which those dogs could be held at a facility like the Humane Society until they wait for their hearing and all these things, knowing that provisions or not, these owners are likely not to follow, and we will see the same issues.
So holding an animal for, and this goes across the board for any impound facility, it's not just our own. If you put an animal in a box, it doesn't matter the size of the box or how nice the box is. At some point, animal welfare will be a significant concern. And then you have the animal shelter put in the position that they are violating the Animal Protection Act, which is obviously a significant concern. In the case of being able to intervene after a bite with some sort of, if you're telling an owner that they need to do A, B, or C until this case moves through the courts and they do not, maybe there's the possibility that there is a provision in the bylaw that if you're not following those orders, then you're relinquishing your right to owning the pet. So then the pet can be taken into care and the owner doesn't get the animal back.
Okay. Thank you. Just one last question through you, Chair. This is just pivoting from dogs to cats. If you could just please talk about the extent of the number of cats that we see just from free roaming that come in either injured or astray, and the amount of resources that it takes to deal with that.
Well, certainly, statistics. Speaking of statistics, cats, in particular, intake has actually gone down, as have animal bites, as have dangerous dog calls, as have running at large, have all gone down from 25 over 2024. With cats in particular, the curious thing about our bylaw is that it prohibits a cat owner from allowing their cat to be outside, but it also allows colony cats, which are outside. And so I think that we do, certainly as the Humane Society, we have a veterinary care center on site, and we do spend considerable funds in repairing the damage to cats that we see, frozen ears or car injuries, or worse than that, cruelty, people lighting them on fire, or, doing other, acts of cruelty. So certainly cats at large, education, as a Bird Friendly Regina indicated, is certainly the best approach, encouraging pet owners to keep their cats inside or offer enrichment alternatives like catios or other types of things. But really, cat colonies and the regulation of cat colonies is extremely important. It's counterintuitive when someone sees a starving cat and you tell them, don't feed it, because people want to be kind and they want to help. But feeding that cat actually makes it healthy and thrive and have multiple litters and large litters that will thrive. And so when there are cat colonies that are unregulated, where people are just feeding cats and they're not being sterilized, that can actually contribute to an animal overpopulation problem, and all of those other things that you see, as you say, injuries, and ultimately the spay, neuter, microchip, tattoo, and vaccination that must be done in order to rehome them responsibly.
All right. Thank you, through chair. This is the very last one. Just because you mentioned cat colonies, and I haven't heard that term before, and also, as you mentioned, this kind of counterintuitive action of helping an animal who might seem in distress and feeding it. Could you just maybe for those who are listening, talk a little bit about what would be the best practice? If they see a animal roaming outside a cat colony, like what should people do, and what are the best practices to deal with that?
Well, cat colonies actually do have best practices. So if they're being managed impeccably, so if the animals are being fed, they're also being sterilized at the same rate and identified, with the ultimate goal of eliminating the cat colony is the best approach. If people see an animal in distress, they should contact the Humane Society. We've had cats that have been fed by someone in the neighborhood for a really long time, and someone finally traps them and brings them in, and they're missing their ears, and they've got all kinds of injuries and wounds, and we find a microchip in their neck, and someone has been looking for that cat for 2 years, but it spooked and ran off, and that's how it's been living, because people can't catch it, and so they're contacting the Humane Society is definitely the best result.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thanks, Councillor Flores. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, and thanks for being here. I wanted to, my computer just froze up, but I wanted to talk to you about, I think it's F, which is the remove annual expiration for repeat offenses. And I agree with that for failure to control an animal and allowing a dangerous animal or aggressive behavior. But I wanted to ask about the allowing an animal to be at large, because we've been talking about the worst cases, but there's like Mark's mom or people with kids in the morning and the dog scoots out the door. And this would be quite significant to have this as an ongoing tally, because if this is yearly, and if your dog escapes once a year, you're going to court in the 4th year. And so I wanted to talk about that, because people with the lowest mobility or the social, like with the kids and that are the ones who are going to be hurt the most by that. So I wanted to ask about how that would work for that particular one. Like if there should that one should maybe be removed and not and have the reset, because it's roaming at large, not necessarily dangerous. It could just be a dog running out the door.
Well, it does indicate in the bylaw that under the violations section that the animal protection officer may issue a violation. So there is some discretion. Certainly if there's a repeat offender that is, we know the animal well and by name, and it's a repeat offender, but in the same way as an assistance animal, I mean, we're not going to issue a violation for an assistance animal that is not on a leash if it's working. And so I think in those cases, there can be discretion, but I mean, certainly, if the animal gets out repeatedly, there should be some action that should occur to prevent that from happening ongoing. And that's what our officers are there for, to be able to provide that intervention as well.
And I would agree with that, because if you had 4 in 1 year, that's repeated action. But this new bylaw makes it yearly, and it's not necessarily a support animal. Like, if you have a 3-year-old or 4-year-old or 5-year-old or 6-year-old, you go through that period where they open the door and they let the dog out.
I would say in our enforcement experience, usually when that happens, people are really upset and super concerned, and it's not something that would happen once a year. And certainly if it happened once and then it happened again 12 months later, things can be approached in that manner, especially if the animal is licensed and the animal is spayed and neutered and it's microchipped and it's in good health. Because ultimately, if we're seeing poor welfare, not spayed or neutered, not microchipped, not tattooed, then there's probably other things at play there as well.
Or a service request, like where the gate got open or broken or because of things. So I do.
Yes, absolutely.
So I am kind of concerned about that particular one not resetting. Like, even with our driver's points, they reset after a certain period of time, where this is kind of like
Is there a question in there?
4. So I guess that's it. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. Just checking in. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
I thought I was on. It's you. You are on.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Adams. I counted
Hey,
wrong.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I get the counting thing if you're off. Okay. Anyways, thank you. So, question regarding the does the current new location? By the way, it is beautiful. I was there last year. It's amazing. And do you have the capacity to house dangerous or aggressive dogs?
We have the capacity to house them for a reasonable amount of time.
And so what is that reasonable amount of time?
That would be very dependent on the animal. But if you needed to house a dog for, a very aggressive dog where there could be no handling, no interaction, I think, I'm not a veterinarian, so I think that most veterinarians would agree that you would be looking at 14 to 21 days would be probably where you don't want to go past.
And so within that time period, I mean, certainly court decisions take quite a little bit longer than that, obviously. And so then what after 21 days, if that's the maximum?
That is a part of the challenge. Interim control orders, certainly, it's rare to have very, very severe public safety risks. Interim control orders, and this would be, they do have this in other provinces. So if you have a violation of an interim control order, the animal is seized and the owner must pay whatever seizure fees are associated with getting the animal back. And perhaps if they violate that again, they must pay those seizure fees again. I'm not sure. Under the provincial legislation, if an animal is seized and the owner does not pay the fees and fines and to reclaim the animal, it becomes a property of the animal shelter. And then the disposition occurs based upon, the condition of the animal behaviorally. And so she's not a veterinarian, neither am I, or a lawyer. So we do know that, keeping the animal in the community with the provisions is preferable. In an extreme case where an animal had to be impounded, it would need to be for a short period of time. Beyond that, you start running into welfare issues. If an animal is injuring itself repeatedly while in impound, it becomes a problem long term. And so really the court process, the length of it becomes the challenge.
Okay, thank you for saying that, because I was going to ask. a follow-up to that. But anyways, how many spaces do you currently have to house aggressive dogs?
7 times 5. Yeah. Our holding facilities for animals that are not adoptable, there's 35 spaces. But again, in an animal shelter, that is, only a portion of the space is available. The difference is that you can't impound an aggressive animal in an adoptable animal space because it can't be handled. Often there might be rabies bite quarantine associated with it. So it's a very, very small space that is not intended for long-term housing. Under the bylaw right now, if an animal is running at large and it's stray and it is housed in our housing area, it is only there for a period of 72 hours by default before it moves into the adoption space or into foster care or is transferred to another Humane Society partner for adoption. So those holding spaces are not designed to handle animals long-term. And even if it was it can't be larger because the animal is aggressive. You need to be able to feed it and water it and clean it and treat it medically.
Okay, so your 35 spaces are for adoptable animals?
They're for what we would call city hold animals. So animals that are still in the city municipal hold period, where we're waiting for an owner to hopefully claim them. And if they have not claimed them following that 72-hour period, then they become the property of the Regina Humane Society and are placed for adoption or whatever, transfer.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the 35 spaces you're referring to is not spaces to deal with aggressive dogs, and that's what I'm kind of focused on a little bit is, do you have a space or how many spaces do you have to deal with aggressive dogs separate of following the bylaws of 72 hours and 10 days, blah blah blah? Okay, so I'm talking about two different things, right? And so you have a beautiful new facility, and what I'm asking is, was there consideration for housing aggressive dogs? Because
yes,
you're working within the city bylaws and the provincial legislation, and so how are we dealing with that?
Yeah. So actually our holding areas are designed specifically to handle aggressive dogs. So in those holding facilities, they're called pass-through kennels. But there is an opening on both sides with a wall that drops between one side of the kennel and the other. So our staff can actually clean one side of the kennel while the dog is secured on the other side of the wall. And then they can lift the wall, move the dog to the other side and clean on the other side. They can push food and water out, in and out, without handling the animal. So they actually are designed for animals that are on rabies bite quarantines, but they're not designed to hold animals long term, because aggressive animals are not supposed to be held long term. And that is the critical difference. They're not supposed to be held long term, both from an animal welfare perspective as well as the compounding risk. So you can imagine that if an animal was aggressive in its home, imagine the level of aggression when it's confined in a strange place that is loud and that doesn't even mention, if the animal injures itself while it's in care, and very possibly it could in a small space, how veterinary care is applied and who's responsible for that. So really critically, it becomes the court process, which is the expediency of the court process to be able to determine, ultimately, a judge determining what the outcome will be for that animal, if there's conditions in place, and or what their designation is. Yeah. I hope that it got a bit into the physicality of what our building design is, but they are designed so that ultimately we don't have to use catch poles, for example. We can house the animal safely without injuring the animal or a staff member. But again, the space is small, and there would be no ability to do that in a large space because you need to be able to confine the animal to clean.
Yeah, thank you. I have seen the spot you're talking about because I've had to, personally, there's a lot of animals that are left. And last year alone, I found an emaciated dog that I brought in, and it was kind of an ugly situation, obviously. And so you guys are doing a great job there, and appreciate, what you do. And so thank you very much for being here and for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'm just more interested in like the aggressive dogs. I've had in my ward, I've had some residents bit by dogs, and basically that was last summer, and it was basically throwing their hands up in the air like, what do we do? Like that's what it was. That's basically what it was. I couldn't give them any answers. So the only thing what I'm seeing in this, I guess there'll be a question here. So it's the Humane Society has to work with the city, with this interim order, correct? So does that mean, the process, I'm wondering what your understanding, what's the process? If my resident or neighbor gets bit by a dog, and it's a bad bite, what's the process? Who do they call? And what's the process?
Well, first of all, I think it depends on the circumstances, the severity of the bite.
Say it's severe bite, like you broke skin, it's a bite.
Yep, severe bite. So our officers would investigate. They would collect witness statements, and they would submit a bite file to the city prosecutor. And it's that time period where that bite file is with the city prosecutor and moving forward towards a dangerous dog hearing, which is a long period of time. So during that period of time, the animal remains in the community. And so the judicial order that is in this report would be issued by a judge indicating that while that dog is in the community or remains in the community, it could be any number of things that the judge may order. It may order that the dog has to wear a muzzle anytime it's outside. It may say that the animal needs to be, the fenced yard has to be completely secure. It could be that the animal has to be sterilized. It could be many different things. And that allows the animal to be cared for and kept safely and humanely during that time period.
City prosecutor, what's that? Who's that? Who is that? Is that within the city here?
Yeah.
So so somebody gets bit, they phone the Humane Society, your people come out, they take some notes, then based on severity, the Humane Society contacts the city solicitor or prosecutor, and then we contact a judge.
Go ahead. Currently, yes. Yes,
And
so we would provide as much evidence as we can obtain.
to get the interim order.
No, because interim orders don't exist quite yet. But so right now what we do is we obtain as much evidence as we can get. We put a case file together and we submit it to the city prosecutor. And they determine if charges will go, if the case will move forward, and then it is in their hands. We don't have any authority past that point. So then it's their office who goes through court, and that's where a dog is determined dangerous. So I think with the new judicial interim order, I haven't actually, I'm not privy to the process that it will look like. I would assume that we could make some sort of application to the city for an interim order, and that would be expedited.
Oh, so you're saying you can get an expedited interim order instead of them going to a judge?
Not currently, but under the new proposed language, that is how I understand the process will go, but we haven't been made privy to what the process actually will look like.
Okay, so you think, based on what we have coming up in place, that you can put it, without having to go to a judge, you can, no.
It would still have to go to a judge.
Oh, so
But we would submit I guess, an application for an interim order.
Right, you submit the application.
Yes.
Well, you send it to our city solicitor, right? Or are you going right to a judge?
I think we can get the answer for that when we go to administration, and they'll talk about the administrative process a little bit more clearly, because they'll understand it. But please go ahead, Councillor Rasevich.
Okay. Okay, it's just, yeah. I just, okay, I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Thank you.
It seems not clear, put it that way.
Councillor Flores, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, you need a microphone. There you go. Oh, try again.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just you mentioned earlier that there has been a decrease in the number of aggressive dogs and other issues with animals. I was just looking through the report and I could not find anything specific to that. Could you speak about when we're talking about the serious aggressive dogs, not necessarily the bites that are not the ones that residents are concerned about. We're talking about kids that are more serious bites, repeat offender owners who are just not dealing with that issue. What does that data look like? Is this a concern that is extremely serious, that we see an increasing number, or number that's not decreasing at a rate that is significant? Or what does the numbers look like for that?
Well, just generally speaking, in 2024, there were 186 animal bites. And that is animal bites. And in 2025, there was 152. So that was an 18% decrease. Lindsay, what would you say is the severity?
Anecdotally, I would say we see more severe dog bites or dogs that are repeat offenders. However, I can't be sure that all of those bites are actually reported to our office. I think public health would have a better statistic for you, likely, because all of those bites that are reported through medical professionals are also reported to public health.
Not all bites are reported to the Humane Society, but physicians are required to report bites if they're treating them. They're not always reported to the Humane Society, but I would say a very, very small percentage of bites fall into that really high level category. We've seen some in this past year, but they're not common. The vast majority of bites, again, if owners are caring for their animals in a way that ensures that they're well socialized, they have food, water, shelter, and veterinary care, the likelihood of biting is very low. So it is very focused on situations where prevention. Ultimately, I'm sure anyone who asks anyone who's ever been bitten by a dog, if their preference was to not be bitten in the first place versus having all kinds of rules and regulations on what happens afterwards, it is certainly the former, which is to make sure that we've done everything that we can. So if we see a problem dog in the community that continues to run at large, where there's care issues, our officers can intervene and prevent a bite from ever happening in the first place.
All right, thank you. So through you, Chair, I'm glad to hear it's a very small number. So that means then both, if we figure out what is the right level of provincial and municipal collaboration for this, is there a world in which, and I know this has been asked a few times, but I think it's a bit concerned that aggressive dogs are returning back to their owners and that we do not have the facilities for long-term hold. As you mentioned, we have the facilities for the short-term dealing with them, and they're brand new, great facilities, but the long-term holding of these animals while they're awaiting their trial, we don't have that. So given that this is a small, we're not dealing with a large, unmanageable number of dogs, could we then look at having those facilities? What would it look like to have the facilities so we are not continuing to have these dogs go back to their owners and seeing the aggressiveness in the neighborhoods in an ongoing way?
Well, I think certainly the lawyers have a better answer for this, but animals are property under the law, and you can't take someone's property away from them. You actually need a warrant in order to do that, and there needs to be reasonable cause. And so, you know, a dog that has never bitten anyone before, and, you know, really this is an isolated, there may not be reasonable cause. And certainly there shouldn't be in that case. So
to be clear, I am talking about the aggressive dogs that have been, like, that small number of dogs that you've mentioned, not dogs that might get out and be roaming the street.
The short answer to that, and I know we were asked, you know, repeatedly about this, there is no facility that will be acceptable to house an aggressive dog, because it, by the very nature of the dog itself, it can't be handled. Which dogs are social animals. They need interaction. They need fresh air. So keeping a dog in a box, as Lindsay explained, is not the answer. Building a bigger box, there is no way to do that, because you need to be able to clean the animal and abide by the Animal Protection Act. And so the answer, you know, having a bigger box is not the answer. A short time frame to determine the outcome for the animal is ultimately the answer. And thankfully, these cases are very rare, and an expedited process in order to deal with that, I think, from an occupational health and safety perspective, from a public health, owner certainty and victim safety, that is the best answer is an expedited, especially, I mean, recognizing every dog bite case can't occur in that fashion, but if there is one that is of the severity, which is concerning for everyone, you know, that ability to do that would certainly be the best approach.
All right.
And if I could just add to that, you will see that best practice in animal sheltering now is not warehousing animals. And when you look at other municipalities, they are moving away from that model. And so they are empowering, you know, their animal protection officer or their animal services, their bylaw officers, to be able to intervene in some way. So such as with the interim orders, where you don't need a full case file that you can submit to the courts. You have an allegation or you have a medical report, and you can go in and say, listen, we're putting these restrictions on your animal until this is sorted out. And then if you have some sort of ownership provisions, where if they are not adhering to those provisions, or they are not adhering to licensing provisions, if there's some sort of provision for relinquishing that animal, ownership of that animal, you don't have to worry about warehousing the animal, because they have to relinquish it legally, and then it becomes the property of the animal shelter to deal with accordingly.
All right, thank you for that. Through your chair, one last question. You mentioned in this case, animals are properties, and both in the case of aggressive animals and neglected animals, which is to me the hardest thing to deal with, because as former Councilor Nelson said, sometimes you just want to take away those animals from irresponsible owners, but given that they're property, we can't. That is at a provincial level, right? Like, to making changes in the way that we advocate for those animals, would that fall under the provincial jurisdiction, given that they're, or like, what, can you talk about what does that look like if we wanted to do something both about aggressive animals that should be, if we want to take them away, or animals that are being neglected to the point that, that their lives are at risk, but they're property. So
I think using maybe an example, so under the Animal Protection Act, if there was a dog that was outside and it was minus 35, and the dog was paw lifting and covered with frost and freezing, our animal protection officers could attend, but under the Act, their responsibility is that the owner must relieve the animal of distress. So the owner takes the dog in the house, and it's done. And the officer leaves, and half an hour later, the dog is back outside in minus 35. Having municipal provisions under the bylaw would allow our officers to ticket in those scenarios where we know the animal is not being tethered outside, for a few hours or for some fresh air, but is actually being housed and kept outside. They could issue a ticket. And as we know, under the bylaw currently, there is a tiered level to ticketing. So at some point, it does become a challenge for the owner to continue to keep the animal. Sometimes, if seizing the animal isn't an option, there can be, actions that can make it difficult for the owner to continue to keep the animal.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Well, I'm not cutting anyone else off, so I get a turn now. I am a little bit confused, so I need a little bit of clarity. This kind of has a couple layers. So what you just mentioned about the person who tethers the dog outside, it's witness paw lifting. With the new policy, you're able to ticket now, and it's a increasing ticket, but you're asking for that authority to be able to do that. So that's non-existing right now. And then the comment about animals being property. And then with the two tiers of government, the provincial overlaying over top of municipal, do you think that's where the risk comment comes from administration, the property of an animal being taken away from the owner, with the municipality having no authority over that decision because of provincial? Is that where everything comes together to create the problem?
I don't think that there is, under the Animal Protection Act, if an animal is seized, there has to be a warrant with reasonable grounds in order for that to happen. Under municipal bylaw, we currently do not have that related to responsible pet care requirements. That would be, as we indicated, this is prevention. So this is early. So when we see an animal that, early on is starting to be kept outside 24/7, or it has, not adequate food, or maybe it has a choke collar and we can work with them and give them an appropriate collar. The intention of the provisions in that we would like to see in the bylaw is to allow us to intervene early before it ever escalates to the level of which is high, that the threshold is high under the provincial legislation, which is ultimately distress, which means the care of the animal has deteriorated to a significant point. And so we don't see it as duplicative at all. And the ministry, in our conversations, we understand that they're very supportive of that, because they too know that punishment and fines and court proceedings are not the answer. They're expensive. And ultimately, prevention is the best way to avoid those conditions from happening in the first place.
Okay. And you're in favor of some of the matters that come through prevention, like the tiered tickets for runaway animals, leading not to be a neglectful owner. That's change in the right direction. The change in the dangerous dog control orders. So we can get a court order through the justice, through the city if they apply. That process has been changed, but you're not quite familiar with it yet. You don't know if it's going to be accelerated or not. Is that what I'm hearing you talk to? Or
yes.
What's all gone on there from the past to the present for someone who's not involved every day?
Currently, there exists no interim judicial control order. It just, until the dog hearing occurs, there is nothing in place. A judicial interim control order does not currently exist, but is being recommended in the report. And we're just not sure what the process would be physically, if we would contact, administration, or we would contact legal, or whatever it would be, really the process of doing that. We certainly support it. Our understanding is that an interim control order through a justice still can take 6 to 8 weeks to get. But in other communities, animal protection officers are able to issue orders at the scene. So if a dog bites someone, if they determine, they could provide all kinds of conditions. I know in Warman, Saskatchewan, an animal protection or an animal bylaw or services officer can require that a dog be placed on a muzzle whenever it's outside. And they have those provisions in other communities. Our understanding is that the Cities Act in Saskatchewan does not allow our officers to do that. So we're not, that's really a legal question. Our desire is to be able to put those orders in place like immediately.
So if I'm understanding right, of course, wanting to align to best practices and serve the residents well, Warman, Saskatchewan, operating under the same APA, has made bylaws, but we're saying that we see a risk there that we might not be able to, so we have to get to the bottom of that, is what you're supposing.
Yeah, we are not lawyers, so we're just looking at environmental scans and what's happening in different communities. And certainly I think we all agree, or I can't speak for everyone, but I think that, having interim conditions like a muzzle or you need to fix your fence happening immediately when a dog bite occurs is preferable than waiting for a judicial order that might take 6 to 8 weeks. And I don't know what the time frame would be, but really ultimately that would be to be able to put those safety provisions in effect as soon as possible.
Appreciate that. Are there costs associated with all these different tangents? Like I said, once again, we're provincial over municipal. Have to pay attention to the policy we make, and if all of a sudden we increase the funding or put something out of alignment, it becomes contentious through the taxpayer once again. So are there any extra costs that are being moved around here, or anything in your profession that you can identify? For me, I wouldn't know the difference, right? I don't know how much extra it's going to cost to put that order in. I don't run the work. I don't understand the work behind it. Is there a cost escalation here that's holding things at bay as well?
Well, I can't speak to what the cost to the city would be, or the legal costs to be able to pursue that. But I think, generally speaking, prevention is a lot more cost effective than the reactive elements of bylaws that occur afterwards. Court processing is expensive, all of the things that are associated with that. So we feel that certainly prevention is a lot less expensive than the alternative. And actually, the ability to issue tickets for early intervention actually would increase revenue from that perspective.
Thank you. I see no further questions. You should be able to return to the gallery. Sure can. We have some communications attached to this report. We have communication EX26-30 from Tanya Martin, Pets Canada, Ottawa, Ontario. Can I ask someone to move that communication be received and filed? Councillor Zakidniak? Any opposed? I see no opposition. So that's carried. And I think right now would be a natural spot for our lunch break. I'll call a recess till 1 o'clock. And we'll pick up on EX26-24, the Animal Bylaw Review Report, when we get back from that recess. I need to move for a recess. Okay. Before I call the meeting to order, just to bring everyone up to speed, we've had an internet mishap. We've lost all our people on Teams meetings. So once we convene the meeting, we're going to call for a recess so we can get the internet problem fixed up and back on track. So with that, I guess I'll call the meeting to order and ask if anyone would move a recess for an hour. Councillor Radens, any opposed? See no opposition, so no one can hear me online, I don't believe, because we have no internet, but just so everyone knows, we're lacking internet, so we're recessing for an hour. we do have internet now, so we can do what we need to. Okay, we left off finishing off with delegates, and administration introduced the matter, so we will now consider item EX 26-24, the Animal Bylaw Review Report. I'll look to someone to move this, and I'll call on Councillor Zakiniak to move it. Do you wish to speak to the report? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I am,
Let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
Were you moving it as it was written, or are you moving it amended?
What I'd like to do is move mostly as it's written, but if you look at the recommendations, I just want to, for the sake of clarity, delete recommendation 3, which says to remove this motion from the list of outstanding items because administration has clarified that they're not done. There's more work that they need to do and that they will be bringing another report back. So I talked to the clerks about this. I spoke with administration about this, and just for the sake of clarity, I don't think we should say it's completed when it's not completed. So that's what I wish to move as the main motion. And if you'd like, maybe I need a seconder, but also if we want to hear from administration about that first, that's fine with me too.
No, you might as well carry through and explain it, and we can get them to comment on it once.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And so I don't need a seconder because we're at exec. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, so I explained that I'm not wishing to say it's completed. It's not completed yet. But what I would like actually is for administration to clarify, because I didn't find it's not thoroughly explained in the report what additional steps will be taken by administration. And so just to give an explanation about, this is a comprehensive animal bylaw review. That's what was passed. So what other work will be done, and the timeline, as much information as possible, the timelines of that work and additional engagement opportunities for interested parties, whomever they may be, through the chair.
Please go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, as I mentioned in my opening comments and can speak to now, is that this is step one of many phases going forward. We haven't defined exactly the next phases and the timelines of that because it'll largely depend on the engagement from the community. So this was one of the largest feedback numbers that we got from doing the survey. So there's lots of interest in the community on lots of different topics within the animal bylaw. So we are committed to coming back on a regular basis, I'll say a yearly basis, with updates. So some of those updates will be how are things progressing based on what is passed by council next week, and also what's the next phase. So we've heard a little bit about, cats is a concern by some. So that would naturally be the next phase after we move through feedback that we get from the community.
Okay, and so so you said a yearly basis, so then the next update would be sometime in 2027, and your next steps, you mentioned cats. I also understood that because dangerous and aggressive dogs is, that's one component of, if there are potential additional dog-related changes that needs to be made, would phase 2 consider not just cats, but also are there other things that we need to address specific to dogs?
Mr. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, there's potential things that need to be addressed. So there's licensing, for example, of dogs. So what we're really trying to do is look at the most critical, urgent items. Okay. And of course, that was dangerous dogs and attacks, and that's why that's before you today. But based on community feedback and working with RHS and others, we'll determine what's the next most critical thing to come forward. And that's how we'll determine the order of the phasing.
And so so working with key stakeholders, just to make sure I understand. So what's next is working with key stakeholders to determine what's the next highest priority for additional changes, and then that'll clarify what is the next focus, more fully, and start your engagement with phase 2.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And then with this additional engagement, will there also be the opportunity for the folks who have presented today, who clearly have, lots of feedback that they would like considered, they would have their opportunity to give that as well?
Through the chair, yeah, absolutely. Any delegation that came forward, and others, of course, can continue to provide us feedback, and they can be on an interested parties list to make sure that their comments and concerns are heard and listened to. And if there's bylaw changes required, we bring that to council.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we may be able to change things with operational adjustments.
Okay, and then during this first phase, there was also a Be Heard page, which is, I guess, for those unfamiliar, like an online opportunity to provide feedback. That would also be part of an additional phase so that anybody who had the desire could submit feedback on whatever is proposed as part of phase 2. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's definitely an option. I'll get Ms. Johnson just to give some overviews of our different communication tactics.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we would do similar engagement to what we did for this phase. So we did a combination of online and in-person. We did a couple of focus groups, and we did, as you mentioned, have a Be Heard page with an open survey for quite a long time. We also did that survey. We promoted it in person at the I Love Regina Day event so that we could reach a different market and get even more survey responses. So I would see something similar for the next phases.
Okay, that sounds great. Additionally, my recollection of the Be Heard survey is it did have an open comment section. We didn't receive the results of that today. Will those comments still be considered as additional phases of this bylaw as we're undergoing this process? I'm not sure who I should be looking at.
Ms. Johnson?
I could start. Thank you. Through the chair, we provided the sort of summary of the comments and themes to the program area and reviewed them ourselves. And we would do, again, open comments and summarize so that they're not identifiable, but again, summarize them in terms of key themes, key findings, and those helped inform the changes.
And so is that what would continue to have, like those comments have not been lost, will continue to be considered as additional work is occurring on this bylaw?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And then part of the motion talked about best practices elsewhere. And I know there's a chart talking about some of what other cities are doing in relation to some of the changes proposed today. But my intention, or I guess our intention, because I've talked to Tarina about this, is also having a better understanding so that we're not having to start from square one. What is working well elsewhere for that to also be considered as part of the bylaw review? Is that something that can be done so that it potentially lessens the workload for you all in terms of what's working well elsewhere and whether we're able to follow suit here?
Mr. Dewey?
Through the chair, short answer is yes. And so anytime we bring something to council, bylaw changes or best practices, we'd be looking at other municipalities. One thing that's unique here potentially is that, of course, we're under the provincial jurisdiction. So when we're comparing to Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, we have to make sure that we're aware of what's the similarities and what are the differences.
Okay. And so I do have an amendment as well that I wanted to bring separately so that we all could have the opportunity to consider this. So the amendment, sort of along the line of what Mr. Doney's talking about, is I would like, as part of the additional engagement, for us to not close any doors saying what we will and won't consider. We've heard multiple organizations talk about responsible pet ownership. So, and drawing a distinction between responsible pet ownership and animal welfare provisions, which are managed by the province. So I would like, as part of the engagement, for us to connect with these key stakeholders and experts, for staff to do that, because that's part of the engagement that's going to already happen, but for us to continue to hear whether there are additional bylaw changes that could be made that will encourage responsible pet ownership, that will not infringe on what is considered a provincial versus municipal responsibility. Because what we also heard today from the Humane Society is that the bar is really high to prosecute under animal cruelty. So there may be some smaller changes that we could be managing as a city to prevent things from getting to the point of reaching this very high threshold, which then becomes animal cruelty. So I also don't want us to replicate jurisdiction but I'd like, and I'm not even saying, this is just saying to be open to hear that feedback, and then administration, so this would just be, these folks have the ability still to provide that feedback, and when administration comes back, they can say, actually, we've heard more feedback and we still feel that there's nothing further we should do, or we've heard feedback and are recommending that we could take on these measures to promote responsible pet ownership that are not going to, that aren't currently under the provincial jurisdiction. So that's what I've heard today, that there's perhaps our administration and some of these key stakeholders are not on the same page, and whether there's additional information, I would just like to know, to leave that door open as this additional engagement occurs on this review and see if anything changes. And perhaps nothing will. I'm just not wanting to close any doors midway through our review process.
Thanks, Councillor Kidney. So you moved to an amendment. I guess people can ask questions or speak to the amendment now. And I'm just wondering if that's going to reorganize my speaker lineup. I have a couple lights on. Is that to the amendment or to the main motion?
Sorry, can I realize, can I just, I should, because I always ask for this, for if administration can provide their feedback on the amendment before we open it up. That, I think that's a fair
No problem.
opportunity for them. My apologies.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair, I would just start by saying the door is never closed for feedback, and so we're always willing to listen and learn. And sometimes the devil's in the details when we get down to, talking about exactly what do you want and how does that apply, either in a bylaw format or is it already covered under an act. So we've started this, but there's no reason why we can't continue to hear feedback and incorporate that into future reports.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
To the main amendment?
To the amendment on the screen.
Okay, no.
Okay. Councillor Flores.
Maybe could I, it's sure, yes. So to the portion of consultation with key stakeholders and experts, when we do that, so I understand we have our Be Heard page, we do our own initiatives, but that can also, depending on our capacity and budgets, limit how much outreach we can have, because there's only so much personnel and money we have for these things. So do we ever work with organizations that have their own audiences in a way in which we design the consultation process, the surveys and all of that, but work with them to also be echoes of these surveys?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do a number of things for engagement. So in some cases, we do it completely internally, as you've mentioned. In some cases, we actually hire or work with the program area and we'll hire a consultant or an engagement firm to do engagement if it's really, large scale or ongoing, or we don't have the capacity for it. And I think what you're asking specifically, though, is if we were to create, a survey like this, do we ever work with third parties to help us distribute it or promote it? And yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Fro. Nope. Okay, someone's pushing the button. Just leave it be. Or no, it's my machine. You go ahead. There we go. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. This may have already been asked, and appreciate Councillor Zakidniak's leadership on this. Through the chair, I guess, just based on Mr. Doney's comments, would this, would what Councillor Zakidniak's asking for, would that be already sort of embedded in your sort of business as usual approach to this work, or do you see this as a useful amendment so that we have sort of clarity for stakeholders and sort of administration, council as to expectations?
Through the chair, I don't see any harm with the amendment as written. I think we'll continue to do engagement. We'll work with the feedback that we get. We'll work with our legal team to review that. And of course, things always change, whether provincial level or feedback. So I don't see any concerns how it's written. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Just following up on that question, was there any reason why you didn't incorporate recommendations with this first phase of all the engagement you did to come to this point right now? The reason I'm asking is because the way this is written, it almost seems like you might have come across as uncooperative for trying to find recommendations, and I'd just like that kind of explained a little bit. Is that the case, or why are we at this point?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll start. And if we need more details, I'll ask the team. But generally what we've done to date is we've heard feedback from RHS and others about going farther within the animal bylaw. We've got opinions, obviously, legal opinions that that's not where we want to go from what's in the provincial act. And so that's where we're at right now. But that's at a very high level. And so as we do more engagement, if there's more details, if there's more specific information that we could incorporate that doesn't infringe on the provincial act, then we're always willing to consider that. But that's kind of where we're at right now, and where I'm saying that there's no point in closing the door. We're always open to that feedback and reviewing that internally.
Thank you. And just for clarity to Councillor Zakidniak, the intent of this amendment, is that for phase 2 as they move into that cat phase, so to say, or is this for follow-up on how they start to weave through the dangerous dog situation working with the Regina Humane Society? What's the intent here?
So the response I heard in terms of phase 2 is it sounds like the details of phase 2 are to be determined as they engage with key stakeholders. And so, I mean, I guess I would leave that up to them, like as they progress on the review, because they're going to look for that engagement to prioritize, like what's the next highest priority. And so that stakeholder engagement will help with the planning of like what rises to the top as the highest importance. And I guess in terms of my intent here was to draw a distinction based on what I heard today, saying, well, there's provisions that could be put in place that deal with responsible pet ownership that are not related, that don't meet the bar of animal cruelty. So I just wanted that explored further. And so, you know, I'm hearing an openness to administration to do that. And then they can, with stakeholders, prioritize like the timing of all of this, because I think they all certainly know better than I do in terms of when and how this should play out.
Thank you. Any other questions to the amendment? Would you like to close debate on the amendment, Councillor Skinner?
I guess just briefly note that, I'm just, I didn't have an amendment prior to listening to the discussion today. And I just this intent of this is to respond to what we've heard is, hey, there may be additional work that could be done that's not going to create any confusion with jurisdictions. And so I just think that it's fair, as we're undergoing this review, that all options continue to be explored, and we'll just see what comes back. Maybe it's exactly the same, or maybe throughout their engagement, they will come up with something that has not been considered yet. So I guess we'll see. That's just the intent, to continue to leave the process open. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll call the vote. Just to be clear, it's just on the amendment for the vote at this moment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor. Mayor Bashinsky has left the meeting, and Councillor Bizo is temporarily away from the meeting.
Okay, with that, we're back to EX 26-24, the Animal Bylaw Review Report, and I see Councillor Turnbull's up next. Oh, yeah, you do. Sorry, Councillor Zakidniak. I wasn't thinking. I was going to the board right away. You got about a minute and a half left. Please go ahead.
I actually just thought of something else, so that's why I asked. In terms of the next steps, I think you also were saying the timeline of when you would report back in 2027 also depends on what you hear from engagement in terms of what is the next priority, what are the priorities, and then you'll have to figure out the engagement process and timelines as part of your additional engagement and work. Like you committed, I heard, to sometime in 2027 to be determined depending on what they're working on or what you're working on. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And then I guess, I mean, in terms of the public, they will know because there will be additional engagement opportunities as things are identified. And I guess same with council. We will find out because we will be apprised of additional engagement opportunities. Is that how we will hear about next steps in this process?
Through the chair, yes. And we can also, once we have a better plan in place, we can inform council of what the next 6 months look like, for example.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be great. And that's all I have for now. I might have something to close, but I appreciate the work that's been done. I know it was longer than it was supposed to take, but I see that I'm hearing administration's commitment to following through on ensuring that the steps are taken for the things that need to be reviewed, and listening to the feedback from community to inform that review. And I think that's important, and I appreciate that. It's not so much important like how did we get here, but how do we move forward? And I appreciate the commitment from administration. Are you about to turn my mic off?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Zakarian. I appreciate you taking the joke too. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, and thank you to the chair. I guess I will start out with asking for some legal information about what categories there are between animals and service animals, and if that is represented in different laws and how that will be affected with these bylaws.
Mr. Dobie? Oh, Ms. Williams, probably today.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to begin, service animals are obviously, as you are aware, sort of animals that have specialized training. Within the province of Saskatchewan, there is at this time, no official government recognized certification or registration process for service animals or support animals. And there's no requirement to carry any proof or anything like that. It is, however, protected under the Saskatchewan Human Rights Act. So although service animals are required to sort of follow the same requirements in the community of being leashed and meeting the licensing and regulations, there is a protection under Saskatchewan Human Rights Act that they have to be able to act to help the person that they are providing service for. So if somebody brings a service animal, for example, into a location, they simply have to say that it is a service animal, and they don't have to provide any additional proof of that, and it has to be respected under the Saskatchewan Human Rights Act. So I'm not sure if that helps you. They do have to meet the same registration and licensing requirements that any other dog would have to meet under our bylaw. However, if they are required, under the Saskatchewan under the Human Rights Code. However, if they are required to act in a certain way or to be able to provide response, they have to be able to do that. So if that means they have to be unleashed to be able to provide a response to somebody who's requiring their assistance, then that is protected.
Okay. So with these human rights complaints, things are often protected. And I know my family and other families, but it's more of you have to advocate for yourself. Like when we're going on an airplane, I have to know this is my human rights. We are part of this because it's not part of a law. So we are really putting it on the user to be able to, well, not the user, like the owner of the dog to advocate for themselves and tell a bylaw officer or store owner that that is their right. And we are putting them in that position because it's not written explicitly in this bylaw. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so in the bylaw, we don't make any distinction between different types of animals or anything like that, like a service animal versus an emotional support animal or a therapy animal or just a domestic pet. So there is no distinction in terms of that because all animals under our bylaw are still required to be licensed and registered and behave in the same way that we would expect any other domestic animal to behave.
And so for some insight for people who don't have to live this sort of lifestyle with human rights, you do have to advocate for yourself a lot when it's not in the laws, and you have to be aware of your rights, and then you have to stand your ground when people fight you on them. So it is very important to specifically name things separately. And here, specifically in these bylaws, there is a requirement for leashes. Now, there are service dogs, which whole purpose is to go fetch medicine, like the insulin and all of that. So what I want to speak to is in this report, it says there are no labor, environmental, or inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility impacts respecting this report. So that is an oversight in this report. So what I would like to do is bring an amendment for us to look into these pieces of accessibility. So if you could. Okay, so this is the amendment. I'll talk about one after the fact, but 2 and 3 is basically to consult with the community groups and stakeholders and bring the results of that consultation to the Accessibility Advisory Committee to gather feedback on the application of and any necessary exceptions to the bylaw for service animals, and then direct administration to report to the Executive Committee with the results of the consultation with a recommendation for the potential exceptions for service bylaws that could be incorporated into the bylaw. So this is essentially just going back to do that work so that we can fold it into our bylaws appropriately with the proper experts. Number 1 is separate. That is about F. And F in the allowing the animal to be at large. And currently it is with the other offenses for instead of being recalculated per year, it is cumulative. And so that would, this is where I was talking about how, like, Mark's mom or someone who has less mobility devices or less social, the dogs or whoever, like, leaving the house, if it doesn't reset every year, after 4 times or the 5th time, the dog, like the animal, could go for things, and that would affect the Indigenous impact, which you would see here for cost, and also likely affect people with less mobility or the age-friendly or when the door knocks where animals are more likely before they come. So it doesn't affect any of the safety, just the actual that part. So those are the 3 I'm bringing forward to address the inclusion part of the report. So if there's any questions.
I guess I did have a lit board up. Anyone who's not wanting to speak to the amendment, please shut their light off. And with that, I see Councillor Flores is first up to speak to the amendment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I would like to ask to vote on this separately on each point.
Okay.
I have no problems with number 2 and 3. I am concerned about number 1. I feel like, and I'll ask this about administration. So earlier we heard about the discretion the bylaw officers have in terms of enforcement. So would it be safe to assume that if we're seeing an issue where the animal is not does not pose a risk to the community, if it gets out, the officer will have the discretion to deal with it as appropriate?
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, yes. And so all of our bylaws, there's discretion, when it comes to items like this. And so, yes. So the answer is yes, we would have discretion. If an animal's getting out, sneaking between your legs and getting out the door, and causing no harm or harassment to the community, it would not be a high priority to be following up on those cases.
Right. Thank you. So through you, Chair, because there is discretion through the bylaw officers, I don't see it necessary to be able to reset that. The issue here is with owners that continue to do this. I think is it wouldn't be enough of a disincentive for that to reset every year, given the discretion that bylaw officers have to enforce this. I would say I definitely support 2 and 3, but I can't support point number 1 of this amendment, because of what we're trying to do is disincentivize irresponsible ownership. And I do understand that sometimes I have a dog, sometimes when he wants to get out, I can do some things about it. I understand that others can't, may have, whether it's mobility or age or things like that. But given the discretion, if the case is that these owners own dangerous animals that they have no control over, that's also a concern for me, right? But if they own animals that just get out and come back and do not pose an issue to the community, then I am satisfied with giving our bylaw officers the discretion they need to appropriately enforce this. So for those reasons, as I said, number 2 and 3 make sense. However, I can't support number 1 of this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
I also had a point of clarification. So I just heard you say, Councillor Flores, that you're fine with 2 and 3. So do you want a separate vote on all of them, or just a separate vote on one?
Just separate one?
Just number 1, yes, correct.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to echo some of the thoughts that Councillor Flores just gave. However, before that, I guess like 2 and 3 sound okay to me, or sound fine to me, but I think I understood administration saying that there are different, we don't catch up, like service dogs are not held to the same expectations of what we are enforcing for regular pet owners. So I'm hoping administration can give a bit of clarity on that, because I'd assume same thing with like police dogs, or how do we enforce bylaws the same for service animals, police dogs, regular pets? Like if administration can talk about how that currently works, I think that'd be helpful as a starting point.
Mr. Doney or Ms. Williams?
Through the chair. So again, as Mr. Doney had indicated, I think there is always the discretion of, of bylaw officers to exercise the authority that they have. And as I indicated before, although service animals are expected to meet sort of the local animal control and public health requirements, they are subject to any local municipal animal licensing and registration requirements. They are under, as I indicated earlier, under the Human Rights Code, the service animal must be able to take a specific action when needed to assist the person with an aspect of their disability. And I think bylaw officers are aware of those requirements of service animals, so that I think they would exercise discretion if that was the situation that they were encountering.
Okay. But so I just wanted to hear, that perspective, but also at the same time, does administration have any concerns with 2 and 3 going ahead, like whether or not administration feels that it's, whether additional change is needed, any concerns with just doing that stakeholder consultation as an extra step? So that's just something I'd check in to see what you folks think about that.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, we don't have any concerns with number 2 and number 3. We can check in with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. It's something we should have done, and we will do as we bring things forward.
Okay, yeah. And so I just figured it's fair to check. But again, like whether or not, administration has said, we feel that what we're doing is currently working okay in that regard, but I guess additional engagement certainly doesn't hurt, right? Now, in terms of number 1, can administration speak a bit to, like, why do we have provisions at all in relation to animals at large? Like, what is the concern with animals being at large? Just to help frame this discussion a bit through the chair.
Just go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Mr. Kaleem to give more details of items that he's heard. But in general, when you've got an animal at large, it increases the the risk of something happening, and there's a fear from the community of an animal's out of control or not under the control. And so there's that concern that we're trying to reduce that risk. I'll ask Mr. Klima of what he's heard from the community and why that's outlined the way it is.
Please go ahead, Mr. Kleem.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would echo what Mr. Doney said, and the only thing I would add is through this process, we have heard from the community significant concerns from the community about animals being at large.
Okay, and so aside from like whether an animal is aggressive, like there could also be, there's like the safety concerns, whether for that animal or if an animal runs out into the road for drivers. I was also speaking with our fire chief, and I don't know, like, is he, would he be able to speak to like what safety concerns from that perspective that the fire department would have with animals at large? Like, is that, as a member of administration, is that a fair request?
Through the chair, yeah, we just give a few seconds for the fire chief to come up to the table and he can give his
Watch out for that chain, chief.
Martha, try your control line's not working. Please go ahead, Chief Jackson.
Test. Okay. And through you, Deputy Mayor, thanks for that question. From a public safety, community safety standpoint, we definitely support the changes that are proposed in the bylaw. And at large animals, so we'll respond on a couple different measures for public safety and community safety. First and foremost, if there is an attack by a dog, we respond for medical aid, both for patients. We also are equipped with pet resuscitation equipment on our trucks, and our firefighters are all trained in that measure. But one of the big ones that I spoke to you about is when the pets on a leash is important to us. This time of year especially, we respond to at least a few calls every year for dogs that aren't on a leash and get on the ice and fall through, and we have to rescue them, along with potential owners that try to go in and save them also. So it can be quite chaotic scene when we have that happen. So we would definitely support the measures that are being proposed. I know there's more that can be done, and the stakeholders and delegations presented that, but definitely support the changes that are taking place.
Right. Thank you. So, whether an animal's on a leash or...
Wait 1 second, there's just a point of clarification.
Okay.
The point of clarification on the amendment is it's not about allowing an animal to be on large. It's just to calculate the number of offenses. How you
They're speaking to the outcomes that might be affected by this, so I'm allowing it to go.
Yeah, and so whether an animal is off leash or at large, like these same outcomes, safety concerns can occur. And so that is my concern with doing a reset each calendar year. I think there's good reasons that we don't want animals at large, whether like from a house or off leash. And it's about public safety, like everyone's safety, like the dogs, the people, our community. And so I think it's important that we follow through with the same provisions where we don't have resets for any of these things. I think these recommendations came forward with significant community consultation, and I do support the ones that are currently in here. We've just heard that there's more work to be done. Thanks.
Next up, we have Councillor Fro. Please go ahead. Oh, Councillor Burton. Did I count out the mics wrong? No? Oh, no, I hit it twice. There you go.
Thank you through the chair. I guess with this amendment here, I appreciate the need for discretion and judgment by various authorities here. My question is, do we sometimes need specific objectives or criteria to evaluate against, as discretion could be challenged? Is this the only objective criteria? Are there other things, the amount of disruption, amount of complaints, what other things might be involved in making a judgment that action needs to be taken?
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll provide an answer, and if we want more information, I'll refer to the team. I think it's important to have that discretion, particularly in situations that are not black and white. So we've got professionals, whether they're bylaw officers or whether it's the Regina Humane Society that deals with this every day. They need to be able to use their discretion, because if we try to prescribe it in a bylaw, we're either challenged at not following the bylaw, or we are over reacting. I think if there's a situation where you've got a barking dog or a situation like that. So the discretion is really important, and that's why we have professionals in place to make that call, because no two situations are the same.
So thank you. So just didn't quite answer the question. I appreciate the answer there, but is there a need for some specific criteria sometimes to evaluate against that it provides additional legs to support the decision that an officer might make to take action?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kleem and then maybe our manager of bylaw just to give some overall perspective, not necessarily tied to the animal bylaw, but just in general. Mr. Kleem?
Let's go ahead, Mr. Kleem.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the main thing that we would want to ensure with any order or any charge that we're laying is that we can prosecute it ultimately in court. I'm not saying that we will go to prosecution every time, and the reality is like a court will take into account circumstantial evidence. So that discretion is really important for us to ensure that the like any charge that we're laying to an individual, an owner, that kind of thing, will actually hold up to that scrutiny. So it is a pretty high bar, and ultimately our goal is to serve the community. So we're not out to necessarily punish people, we're out to solve problems for the community. So that's our ultimate goal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Burton. I have a question for administration. We build roads and we know how much they cost. Can anyone give me an idea how much it would be between legal to fulfill points 2 and 3? Just to follow up with that, it was made very clear that the Human Rights Act supersedes our bylaws, so there was no exception that had to be addressed first of all. In addition, the people who are administrating the bylaw are educated on this matter, so they understand the need for the service animals and their exceptionalism under the Human Rights Act. So that's the follow-up. If this is intended to be educational, then we should direct it directly to education, because this looks like it has a lot of lawyers' office work in it, and I know that lawyers' office, even if they're in the city, are expensive, and a fair amount of administration feedback to get back to here. So if I understand correctly, the Human Rights Act takes precedent over everything, and the people enforcing it understand that, so this is an unnecessary expenditure. It's a loaded question. Who can I ask on that one? Ms. Williams?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I would say in response to that, that this is feedback we're going to be going out to the community to get in any event. We're doing a jurisdictional, as has been directed, I think, in some of the other consultation pieces, we're already going out to do some consultation. This would just be sort of a corollary to some of that feedback that we're getting and some of the jurisdictional scans that we're going to be looking at in any event. So I think we could look at what other jurisdictions are doing with respect to this kind of exception and come back with sort of best practice response in any event. So I don't think there's actually a lot of additional work that would be required, because we're already doing some of that work. I do, as I've indicated earlier, the Human Rights Code does allow for that, but as Councillor Turnbull indicated, the Human Rights Code is a complaint-driven code, so people have to bring forward a complaint. There may be a benefit to looking at something like this. We haven't done that work, and I think it is work that we would be doing in consultation with other work that we're already doing. So I don't think there's a huge expense to doing this, but I appreciate that thought and that consideration. I don't think there's a huge issue with doing some of this consultation.
Appreciate that, and thanks for correcting me too. I don't have a problem with the actual thought behind it. Once again, we just went through a nasty budget. I have a pretty good idea what it takes to fix a car, but these reports look like they have a lot of people working a fair amount of work to put them out, and I just... oh, Mr. Doney, you have a comment to go.
Through the chair, my only comment is, as long as it's okay with exec committee, I'd recommend we bring, that number 3, bring that back with our other report that we're going to come back in 2027. So I'm not looking at a separate report. It's just, in addition to the report that we're already going to come back in 2027.
Look to confirmation to Councillor Turnbull. It looks like that overlays, so the costs come into play. So yeah, that mutes them all. But I guess you guys know where I was going with that. It looked at first that we were going to put the law office to work on something that was already handled by the Human Rights Act. So that's what brought on my comments. Besides that, reasons elicited, I kind of am in agreement with Councillor Zakiniak about point 1, and I got nothing else to say. Would you like to close down debate, Councillor Turnbull? Mr. Doney, do you have an idea of what quarter 2027 that report will be returning?
Through the chair, it's aligned to the conversation we had with Councillor Zakiniak about depending on the engagement and everything else. So I don't. I would say just for clarity, at the latest, Q4 2027. So if we need to have a time, let's put Q4 of 2027.
Okay. Acceptable, Councillor Turnbull? Okay. Thank you. And would you like to close debate, Councillor Turnbull? Oh. Go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
Because based on what I heard you say, should it maybe say then by Q4 of 2027? Because you're saying you may be able to return sooner than Q4 of 2027. Just a small detail that could make a difference. And so I guess that's maybe a question to the mover and or Mr. Doney. I don't know.
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm okay with by Q4 2027.
Okay.
Okay. Ideally, I think we would have done the consultation and had the accessibility advisory committee done before the report, but we're doing it after the report. It's not, and it is going to the consultation because we do need to speak to that community. That is part of our strategic plan and our values, and that is a value statement. And it's also, there's things that I might not know. I don't have a service dog that I can't speak to. I just have a little bit more knowledge than others. So it is very important to go to that consultation. And we're doing it correctly now. And in the meantime, when these bylaws go into effect, it is human rights. But the human rights is complaint-driven work. That would be a human rights complaint-driven work could be someone making a complaint about anything and then having to go get a lawyer and then do those things back. That is putting the work on the onus on the person with a disability to do it and to be able to stand in their rights and possibly fight with a bylaw officer that only has a book of these laws. So it is very important, and I'm glad we're saying it here today, and our bylaw officers know that, and so does the Humane Society, and we'll be fine in the meantime. But it is important to have that distinction, and it is important in all of our reports to actually say, hey, is there something that is inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility as one of our value statements? And then that way we can fold it in and have it before instead of after the fact. And this is just an after fact thing that should have happened before, but instead we're able to roll it in with the rest of a consultation, and that's great. So that's what 2 and 3 were for. Number 1, I'm going to leave it up, but I think it's more to do with the escalating of costs, is that after the 5th time, it could be 5 years or 7 years, and your dog could have run away the first 4 years, and then it could run away again like 4 years later, and then you would be at court. And so I think just the timing of it isn't give enough grace for some people who have difficulties, or like a service comes and answer the gate and things. I just think that timing there, and then also again with the large things on it. So I don't know if that will pass or not, but I do think it is a good thought to look at what are the number of offenses over a long duration period of an animal's life, because an animal could live for a long time, like 17 years or so. And so if they've ran away 4 times, the 5th time they run away over their 17th year of life, you're now going to court. So I think that is something to be thinking of when it doesn't reset over a year. Maybe it's not a year, but I think that is something that could be ironed out in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Trimble. I guess call the vote, number 1 first, and then separate 2 and 3. I think that's how we're doing it. Correct. Voting on number 1, amend the F outlined in Appendix A of this report by removing the proposed provision to repeal and replacing it with Section 48(4) of the bylaw to read as follows. A notice of violation we issued in the previous calendar year shall not be used for allowing an animal to be at large to calculate the number of offenses for the purpose of Clause 48. So, know your reset.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, point number 1 of the amendment is lost in a vote result of 1 to 8. Those voting in favor was Councillor Turnbull. Those voting against were Councillors Rasevich, Flores, Sickles, Fro, Mancinelli, Zakidniak, Burton, and Radins.
And I guess we'll vote on the remainder of the amendment now, points 2 and 3.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, points 2 and 3 of the amendment are carried unanimously with all 9 members present voting in favor.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Trimble has time left on the main motion still.
I'm good. I'm supportive.
Anyone else up to speak to the main motion? No. Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So I asked the delegation about the process of, I guess for me, I'm concerned about dog bites, because I had some constituents that happened in my ward and I couldn't tell them what to do. I talked to them about phone the police. Well, the police won't come out. Then they even said, I actually talked to the police and they said, even if it's a child, they won't come out if it's a child that gets bitten by a dog. So that's my big concern is what is going to be, with the process now that what we got happening now with the new amendments, I'd just like to know the process.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kleem in a second to talk about the interim order that's in front of council and what that process will look like. But in summary, what should residents do is call the Regina Humane Society. That's the short answer, but the interim order will get Mr. Kleem to walk through what that process could look like if approved by council.
Please go ahead, Mr. Kleem.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the essentially what the interim order will do is it'll be an expedited process to essentially get an order from the court for the owner to take action compared to what the animal needs to do to stop. The main benefit that we're going to get, though, I think from this process is better communication with the Regina Humane Society before it actually gets to the city's our legal department's prosecutor's office. So the goal is that there's regular communication exchange in terms of incidents that are happening in the community and making sure that we are employing our full enforcement resources that we can for to make sure that we're serving the community in the specific case that you're at after.
Okay, so I get bit. I phone the Humane Society, right? And the Humane Society brings, I guess, an officer comes out, takes the information. I guess then he does a bite file. I guess that's what the Humane Society said. They do a bite file. Then is it the Humane Society's responsibility to contact the city?
Through Mr. Chair, yes. The Regina Humane Society would then work with the city to move that towards prosecution, and we would support in every way, in any way that we could, especially given the circumstances of the file, especially considering the severity of the file as well.
So, what are we anticipating in terms of time? So, I guess previously, now that we have this, I guess, new bylaw that's going to be in place for somebody, say, gets bit by a dog, then we can get it, we can get an interim order. So how much quicker will that be than the old process?
Mr. Kling?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not I wouldn't be comfortable speaking to specifically how much faster that an interim order would be compared to a conventional dangerous dog hearing. The goal is to make sure that it is faster, that it is expedited. The language in the each individual case is circumstantial. Like there is different idiosyncrasies that would come into effect. How many witnesses we have, if we have witnesses, whether or not we can tag an individual owner to, or an individual dog to an owner of a house, that kind of thing. So, speaking very specifically, it's like it's going to be 50% faster. Like I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
But an interim order process does give us essentially another tool in the toolbox to make sure that we're serving the community and we're managing these dangerous dog files better.
Right. So the interim order could be a couple things, right? It could be, judge could say, hey, get a muzzle on the dog, fix your fence, or it could be a seizure, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, essentially, yes. Like it would depend on the circumstances and the severity of the file.
Okay, so that's kind of the process. So why, I thought I heard somewhere that the Humane Society, there's some sort of bylaws or some sort of laws where the Humane Society could actually apprehend a dog at a scene that actually bit somebody. I don't know. I've heard that. So can somebody answer that question? So if that's the case, then why aren't we doing that? Give them that power anyways.
Who can I look to for Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the city solicitor to give their opinion on what the current bylaw allows.
Ms. Williams?
Through the chair, I'm actually going to just pass this comment back to Mr. Kaleem. He was prepared to respond to it, so I'll turn it to him, and if I need to add something at the end, I'll add it in.
Hot potato coming at you, Mr. Kling?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and again, I don't want to say unequivocally in every case, but if the officer has reason to believe that this is a dangerous animal, we can seize that animal.
Mm-hmm. So why aren't we doing it?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so there's an opportunity to improve communication, obviously between Regina Humane Society and City of Regina, and so that's what some of the operational changes we mentioned in the report that we're looking to improve as we go forward.
Okay. Because I'm thinking, I don't want to have to put an amendment forward to something like that. I'm just hoping that these are things that when we come back, I guess in 2027, that it's in the report that we've looked into that and maybe give them a little extra power. Because again, we keep using the word discretion. So I'm hoping that even the officers of the Humane Society would use some good discretion if they were going to apprehend a dog in a certain situation. So, because that word's being used a lot here today about discretion, and which is great. I think it's great. So I think that should also be applied to the fact that they should be able to, possibly, I guess seize a dog in a certain instance. So is that going to be something that will come back in the report?
Through the chair, we will look at the bylaws to see if any bylaw changes need to happen to allow that to be enacted.
Okay.
That's where I'll leave it for now.
Okay. I'm just wondering, my fellow councilors was asking, do you think that we need to put something in writing for us to look at, make sure that that's actually looked at for the Humane Society to have that kind of power? I'd like to hear what maybe the rest of council thinks about that.
I think if someone will be pondering the same thing, someone will put an amendment forward.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'll just ask Mr. Kaleem to provide some comments.
Mr. Kaleem?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only thing I would say that it wouldn't be a change to the bylaw that would be needed. We would be seizing under the authority in the Cities Act. So it wouldn't necessarily be under the purview of council in terms of a bylaw amendment. That would be the authority we would be using. And we can, whether or not we commented in a future report, we can, or on a case-by-case basis when it comes, when an incident happens and there's a request from the community or a counselor in terms of administration of what's going on with a specific case.
Okay, I guess I'll just I suppose, I guess we'll just wait till what you guys come back with in terms of speaking with the Humane Society, seeing if that's something they would like to, they'd like to have that power or that opportunity. You know, because it's not something that would be using flippantly. I mean, it'd be, you know, we've had delegates come here, I remember a year ago, you know, being attacked at a bus shelter or on the street, or, you know, or it's a similar dog in a neighborhood. It's those types of instances that we want to make sure that people are protected. You know, it's not just for a little chihuahua, you know, that's nipping at somebody, but it's, you know, for those types of scenarios. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Flores, if I could hit your mic, you go ahead. Oh, Mr. Nickel. I'm not touching your mics.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it would be useful for the city solicitor just to provide a bit more elaboration on some of the legal authorities around this, just to make clear before you consider the amendment, which is still your prerogative.
Ms. Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Pursuant to Section 327 of the Cities Act, as Mr. Kling has already identified, there is authority already for an animal protection officer, a designated officer, to seize an animal if an animal has bitten somebody or has posed a danger to the community. There is that authority already in the Cities Act, under that section of the Cities Act.
Why don't we use it?
Councillor Flores, you were on the point of clarification?
Yeah, I just want to, just given, I'm just getting some visual signals from the gallery, from the Humane Society in relation to what was said, and given that they're here and they're the ones that are contracted to this work, I wonder procedurally, what can we do to have them speak on this, given that their delegation time is done, but that...
I can
I'll have the clerk speak to that, please.
I can speak to the delegation piece, and then the solicitor's able to answer the question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, procedurally, yes, we have heard from delegations today. Delegations are permitted to speak on this matter again at council next week. So members would have an opportunity to ask questions of the Regina Humane Society at that time if they chose to register as a delegation.
Okay. My concern is, given that Councillor Rasevich is looking to perhaps bring an amendment that might be cleared up through some clarity, or even if we could have a recess to... Okay.
I'm going to continue with the meeting for a moment. Sure. I see more answers coming and more clarity coming from administration. I think Ms. Williams wants to speak again. Is that what I'm understanding?
Thank you, yes. Through the chair, I know there is some discussion, I think, as to whether or not a warrant would be required to enter a premises under Section 327 of the Cities Act if the animal that is dangerous is inside a private residence. I think this is an issue that we could provide council with some legal advice and a legal opinion on, and provide some further information, and I would do that off the floor of council.
Appreciate that. And Councillor Rasevich was finished speaking, but he had asked a question and had time left, and there was an answer that seemed to pique his interest. If not, is that how it went correctly? I thought so too. I thought with the answer, I had cut him off, but I thought he might have had another question, or am I misreading the room? Did you have one more question after that answer, Councillor Rasevich, or did I misread the room? Well, I guess it's not delegate time, so you're allowed to say your thoughts too.
You know, I'm not sure. I guess in terms of your I'm just kind of curious too. With the meetings with, say, the Humane Society, did this ever come up about them wanting, or I guess what we're being told is they have the ability. Do they need? Is that true? They have the ability right now without us doing anything. They could seize a dangerous animal. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, they have the authority to seize a dangerous animal. There are certain circumstances where other requirements may be required under legislation, right? So there are going to be circumstances where a warrant may be required, but they do have authority under the current Cities Act, under Section 327. They are considered a designated officer. Animal protection officers are designated, And so there is authority under the Cities Act for them to seize an animal.
So, for example, if the dog bit somebody who was out on the street still, they probably could seize that animal, I'm assuming.
Thank you. Through the chair, if a dog is not in, for example, like as your example that you've provided is not in a private residence, then it does say under Section 327, Sub 2 of the Cities Act, in circumstances, they an officer can, with or without a warrant, search for an animal, either impound the animal if there's an order to destroy or otherwise dispose of the animal. There's a whole section of this under the Cities Act, and we certainly, as I indicated, can provide some further information to council about the authority, and we can do that in a memo to council if you wish.
But I guess if the animal was taken away, is in somebody's property, the owners, you probably can't just go in and take the animal. That's what I'm hearing.
Through the chair, there are definitely certain circumstances
Yeah.
where a warrant would be required for an animal protection officer to go into a residence to seize an animal, but they do have the authority to seek that warrant in circumstances where there's a dangerous animal at large.
I guess I'm going to need more clarification on the fact if the Humane Society feels that they know they have that authority, can use that authority. I need to speak, I guess, with the Humane Society to understand that. And do they want to exercise that authority? Yes, so that's the next step. I guess, and then my other.
I think, I kind of interjected and I put it back to you, Councillor Rasevich. The timer had about a minute left before I put it back to you. And I think the timer would have run out by now. So I think I should move on to someone else, if that's okay. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I kind of moved things weird there. If that's okay with you?
I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I think I'd just first like to thank administration for their work on this. And certainly in reading the report, it was clear to me that there was incredible community feedback. So both to the folks that worked on that, but also through public engagement. Thanks for that. Thanks to the Humane Society for your comments and being an important and constructive partner. I guess my only comment and I guess question, just for clarity, based on some of the outreach I've received in a delegate today, there appeared to be some interest in sort of a formalized, comprehensive look at cats, both for their welfare, the welfare of bird life and our natural ecosystems, and certainly just the community. But maybe just for the benefit of those interested in that and those delegates, maybe administration could walk us through how they would approach that work and how you might see that work as a regular part of how you do business anyways, as opposed to, say, requiring like a formal amendment or something like that. So thank you for the great work.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll start and then ask Mr. Kleem to give some thoughts on how the next phase may roll out. But from my perspective, this is something we need to do on a regular basis. So we hear community feedback. We need to take that in, consider if we need to make adjustments to the bylaw or not. If bylaw changes aren't needed and just operational changes can happen, then that's something we can definitely do. I'll ask Mr. Kleem on this particular detail how he sees the next phase rolling out regarding what we've heard from the delegation on cats.
Mr. Kleem, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so we have received, engaged stakeholder feedback, including from RHS in terms of future work that they would like to see through the animal bylaw review. So certainly that would be, a major contributor in terms of what we would, be researching and bringing forward. There was also a significant engagement process that did have that kind of flexible comments field, and we'll mine the detail of that as well to help inform our process. And then, that is a basis, a starting point. We'll go back out to the community for further engagement and then refine down. At the same time, in parallel, doing some jurisdictional review and best practice across, across other jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate that. So I understand that's a regular course of how we do business and appreciate your willingness to do that. One thing that was raised as well that perhaps administration can speak to, and I suspect based on your last comment, you're planning on doing it anyways, is there were some comments around, the benefit of communication, I think it sounds as though enforcement with cats can be hard. They can be elusive. But in terms of communication and some of these tools that were explained today, I suspect we'll also be open and willing to discuss with our stakeholders and opportunities to work together to educate and communicate to the public. Would that be a fair assumption?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Fro. Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So, a few questions beforehand. Do we have any data on how effective provincial enforcement has been in relation to animal welfare, given that they're responsible for that portion?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I don't have any information on that, and I just asked Mr. Claim if he does, but I don't think he does, but I'll just have him confirm.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't have any data in terms of animal cruelty.
So the reason I asked that is because through this report, we're being, we know that we are responsible for what happens to humans if a animal were to attack a human, and we're debating how we're going to manage that and the bylaws around it and all of that. But we are not responsible and can't do anything about if a human is irresponsible and is neglectful of their pet and causes harm to their pet. Because they're considered property, we have no jurisdiction or ability to do anything about it. Is that correct?
Sorry, through the chair. So under provincial legislation, as you've indicated, the province is responsible for cruelty to animals. Under municipal bylaw, we are responsible for the control of animals. So as you've indicated, yes, the control of animals is under the municipal bylaw. And then if an animal, for example, is trapped by, like a cat at large is trapped, then we are required, of course, under our municipal bylaw to handle that animal humanely. So, but yes, control is under the municipal bylaw and animal cruelty is under provincial legislation.
Thank you. And I understand that. And where I am conflicted is because we know the correlation between animals who are neglected and abused and the outcomes of those animals if they were to be let at large or if they were to have encounters and perhaps bite a person. We know that exists. But we have no ability to do anything about that. We have to rely on the provincial government to do that. But the report that we have here doesn't include any of that information. And the reason why that's important to me is because, yes, we have to have the tools and the bylaws and all the things necessary for us to make sure that the community feels safe if there are dogs at large, if there are aggressive dogs, and we should be able to manage and deal with that appropriately. However, it's hard for me to also get around if we don't have a way or jurisdiction to deal with a big part of that cause, how do we actually in the long term make sure that there are sustainable solutions to this? And also the fact that our pets and animals can't advocate for themselves. They can't come to council and speak about having a terrible owner or living in terrible conditions, right? And it's hard for me that as we're doing this comprehensive animal bylaw review, we have no ability to do something about animal abuse at a municipal level. And it's really hard for me as a pet owner, as somebody who advocates for our wildlife, and knowing that there are people out there who are not the best pet owners and who do not treat their animals humanely, who do not treat their animals responsibly. And then we find ourselves in a situation, as we've heard many of the delegates, where you are with your hands tied, having to look at an animal be abused and suffer without the proper tools to do anything about it at the municipal level. And then because that is dealt through the provincial through a provincial jurisdiction that contracts out the Humane Society, and we're hearing that the Humane Society has some barriers to like how long we can hold that animal, the length by which the animal goes to court, and all of these things. I really do appreciate all of the work that has been done so far. I think it's has been really great work, but I find myself in a position where I was hoping this comprehensive review would include something that included the welfare of animals, understanding that I do not want to download the responsibilities from the provincial government. Very clearly, I do understand that that is within their jurisdiction, but I hope that we could find a way to work together in a way that we are truly looking after the welfare of animals, because again, we know that neglectful animal ownership often ends up with animals who are aggressive. And not only is that animal suffering, but it also makes our communities and neighborhoods feel unsafe when that happens there. So I guess I'm just going to hope that our review as we move forward through this consultation and through our talks with provincial levels of government would look at how we can work together to make sure that we are meaningfully dealing with how we look after animals, because again, they can't advocate for themselves. Animals don't have the ability to come and say how they live in or being mistreated. It's up to us to make sure that we have the laws and bylaws and practices that make sure that if we're choosing to have a pet, that's our choice. Like anyone that has a pet, you're choosing to do that, you'd have to do that responsibly. And I really hope that we can have the tools at every level to be able to make sure that happens. So that's, I guess, my comments on this. While I'm really grateful for all the work that has been done and all the consultation, that's the part that's missing for me when it said a comprehensive review. I'm really worried that we're going to move on and hope that another level of government is dealing with this appropriately. So, yeah, that's all for me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Radens.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess in terms of the report, I feel that there are some comparisons that are missing, and one of our first delegates did allude to that. It's comprehensive, but it's not. And so there are pieces missing. And I realize we're working in phases, and that's awesome. However, I kind of feel that waiting till next year, Q4, might be, too late. And I understand the load that we do have as a city to get the work done that we're asking to be done. And so now I debated whether I was going to bring this up. However, I'm looking at the title of the report, and it's the animal bylaws. We're covering fines. And so I'm bringing it up. And so responsible pet owners, we have lots of those, and equally we do not. And so I'm going to go to animal, I don't even know how to say this, but, let's go, how do I frame it? Okay, so I've traveled to other cities where they have signs posted for fines for people not cleaning up after their pets. And so across this city, there's a lot of animal feces, if you will. And I mean, if we want to have a clean, respectable, and take pride in our city, then I guess where I'm going with is, do we have an education? Do we have a bylaw that covers animal feces and not cleaning up after? And if so, what is that? And it's not included in the fines in here because I think we're more talking about the heavy topic of dangerous animals, which is fair. And so those two questions, as well as what can we do going forward, and maybe we can incorporate that at another level of the phases in here to address education on cleaning up after your animals. So if I'm off on the subject, then maybe I'm okay with that, but through you, Deputy Mayor.
Sounds like it has to do with animals. Please go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Mr. Kleem to give us some more details if he can. So there are provisions in the existing animal bylaw that requires owners to clean up after their pets. Of course, we've heard from Councillor Reddens that doesn't always happen, and so enforcement is the challenge. Enforcement, you need to actually catch someone in the act of not cleaning up after their pet, but there's, I would say, no bylaw changes required. There's behavior changes that we would like to see in the community. So that can be done through education. There's already signs installed, but it's something that we can definitely take back, and I'll just, public service announcement is please make sure you clean up after your pets. That's what we're looking to do, is to have residents take that responsibility on themselves.
Okay, so thank you. So you've indicated that there is signage. However, where I live, I don't see any signs. And so I guess, where are those signs is my question.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kleem if he has a way to explain where the signs are and aren't. I think they're throughout different parks, probably the higher used parks, but I'll ask Mr. Kleem if he has any information there, and maybe there's a potential to add more signs just to share with that public education.
Mr. Kleem?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I want to caution that my knowledge of this is very thin, but I did reach out to our Parks Recreation folks, and on the blue columns at the in park space, there is messages in there about cleaning up after your pets and the requirements for it.
Okay, so in parks, and so there are parks around where I live, and I haven't seen a sign, but I'm not sure if we can maybe get some indication of that later on. Sorry.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll just, Ms. Johnson may have some more information that she can provide regarding the communication and where we're seeing this signage.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have a comprehensive map, but I know that I have seen this signage regularly on lots of my walks. I live in the Greens, and I walk throughout Wascana, the Greens, and part of the East End going closer to the core area. And as mentioned, they are on the blue posts and fairly regularly signed. So all to say, I think probably between the three of us, we could take it away and see if we can get a list of locations and maybe add to that.
That's great. Thank you. So just maybe not in the central areas of the city, perhaps. We're not going to see that. But I do know the signs you're talking about going into the pathways and parks and things. So, yeah, thank you for that. Okay, well, I look forward to what's going to come in regards to that. By the way, how much is the fine for not cleaning up if someone were to be caught?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I don't have that. I'll ask Mr. Kleem if he can pull that information. It's not a recommendation in the report for a change, but if he... Oh, sorry, Ms. Williams has it here.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. On first offense, it's $100. On a second offense, it's $200, and on a third offense, it's $300.
Great, thank you. That's excellent news. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further speakers, so I'll offer a couple questions and comments of my own. Just listening to the debate today, the presentation by the delegates from the Humane Society and the comments from administration to do with dangerous dogs at large, as well as the working path forward talked about by administration. I want to see if I'm kind of reading the tea leaves right. This sounds like it's kind of a risk-adverse file. The province has most of the authority. The city has some authority. The Humane Society has officers that are regulated with credentials through the province with some authority, but then we work over things like warrants and judicial inputs. So if I heard the ask of this report right, it sounded like administration wanted to work with the Humane Society to try to get their head around what was going on here, and maybe if there's an efficiency there that we might have the authority if we apply it properly in the format we're at right now. Am I understanding what's gone on today properly? Did I get a comment? Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I think that's a reasonable summary. We think there's operational changes that we can make and have some conversations to see if there's ways to enforce existing bylaws and acts.
Okay. And through that path that you're describing, it sounds like a working path to uncover some earned knowledge through experience. Do you think that would be a good path to get proper amendments that are both complementary to a provincial legislation as well as municipal legislation, and maybe a better risk analysis policy, or risk analyzed policy, I guess would be the right way to say that. Mr. Doney?
Yeah, so through the chair, as we work together, if we find that there are bylaw changes that are needed, and then we can definitely bring that forward to council. If after the conversations occur and legal reviews it and we think that we're okay and we can enforce, then we would just be communicating that and making that clear.
My last piece of this that has a bit of concern is reviewing the different service requests and resident comments that I've seen to do with this, and some of the fear that comes along with animals at large, or a neighbor with a dangerous animal that doesn't want to look after them. This doesn't come back till the Q4 of 2027. If this is something we're gaining insight through experience, that means someone will have had a bad experience. Would you bring this forward imminently if a proper solution was needed, or if there was knowledge gained?
Through the chair, yes, if we think bylaw changes are needed to make something happen, we will bring it back urgently. That's not what we currently believe, but absolutely, we would not allow something to happen in the community if a bylaw change is needed. We'll come back to council and make sure that's done quickly.
And does that go for information uncovered in conjunction with the Humane Society as well? Should their opinion and things come forth, that it's a cooperative process through administration and the other officials?
Through the chair, yes. So all stakeholders, we'll listen to them and hear their concerns and their questions. Obviously, work with our legal team. And if there's a difference of legal opinion, then that's one thing. But if there's something that we truly believe needs to be changed regarding a bylaw, then we'll bring that forward for council's consideration.
Yeah, just a couple comments. The safety of the residents is, always top of mind. Like I said, considering the way some people have had to live because of dangerous animals in the neighborhood, I can understand why there's a need for a better resolution for what goes on. But if I've understood the advice right, to insert authority when there is none and be able to try to delegate that authority to another organization, and then to find out the risk assessment wasn't properly applied, could mean that we falsely seize someone's pet in the end and have actions that can't be undone, and then we'd have a liability. So I'm pleased to hear administration sees a path forward to working with the Humane Society, as well as accepting if there's imminent changes needed for safety, they're willing to undertake them. So thank you for the information today. I appreciate the debate. I guess with that, we can call the vote. Oh yeah, Councillor Zakiniak, I'm sorry I cut you off again. Would you like to close debate?
Would you all like to hear me talk about the animal bylaw for 3 more minutes, or should we just go to the vote?
3 minutes, 3 hours, what's the difference?
No, let's just go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be voting on the main motion as amended, EX 26-24, the Animal Bylaw Review Report.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried unanimously.
Looks like up next we will consider item EX 26-25, the North Regina Little League Clubhouse lease. I'll ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. North Regina Little League, or NRLL, is a nonprofit and volunteer-run organization that operates the City of Regina-owned ball diamonds in Kinsman Park North, located at 850 Pasqua Street. NRLL has constructed a clubhouse in 2012 and a scoreboard in 2018 under a license agreement that has since expired. NRLL and City Administration wish to enter a lease to confirm ownership and use maintenance obligations for the structures. Administration is recommending approval of the $1 annual lease for 5 years with an option to renew for another 5 years. Because the proposed lease is on park land, is at less than market value, and is a direct lease, approval from City Council is required. We submit this report for your review and are open for questions.
Thank you. I see Councillor Kidney's light on. Would you like to move the report? And I'll put you to
Okay.
speak to it too.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to move the report and support it. I do have one question. Under legal impacts, it seems to me, unless I'm misunderstanding that section, that there may have been something left out there, which is something along the lines without council approval. Because if you read that sentence, it says that council shouldn't do what administration is recommending that you do. So when I read the legal impact, I had to reread it multiple times. And I'm just wondering, it's essentially saying, don't do this. And you all are saying, do this. So I think it maybe just should have said without council approval. And so I figured that was important to clarify. So legal impact on page 2.
It says, no council shall delegate the sale or lease of land for less than fair market value and without a public offering. So we really shouldn't do that. And the sale or lease of parkland and dedicated lands.
So which is like, from my read of the report, what we are being asked to do, right? So I'm just wanted some clarification about like what happened there. Like what's that supposed to be saying?
Thank you. Through the chair. The section actually says that the council can't delegate that authority to somebody else to make that decision. Council has the ability to give approval to lease for less than fair market value. So that's within council's authority to do that. You can't delegate that authority to administration to decide to make that decision, but council can make that decision.
Okay.
So I think that's the legal
Correct.
impact
Okay.
there.
And then in L, it says, and the sale or lease of parkland and dedicated lands. I just wanted to flag that I found that confusing because, you know, I'm reading the report, it all sounds good. Then I read a legal impact that looks like it's saying we shouldn't do what you're proposing we do. So it's just, I just wanted some clarification on that because I'm sure you wouldn't recommend that we do something we can't do, but I found that part to be a bit confusing. But I appreciate the report. And I just wanted to get some clarification on that, and I'm happy to support it.
Sorry, yes, through the chair, just to provide any clarification, and I apologize if it was unclear, but the impact really is on the delegation of the authority to do that. And just to be very clear that authority lies within council, so it needs to be approved by council if that is going to happen. Council simply can't delegate that authority to do that to administration. And so that's where that comes from.
I think
So-
I'm understanding now. So you're saying it had to come to council because it's not a delegated authority of administration. That's why we're receiving this report. It's definitely not what I got from that. So the clarity is helpful, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zakiniak. I see no other lights, no other speakers. Councillor Zakiniak, would you like to close the debate?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. No tricking you with a double negative, eh? Okay, call the vote, please. What time's break time?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Furrow is temporarily away from the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next up in the line of fire, EX 26-26, the fire bylaw update report. I'll ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. And I see, Mr. Doney.
Can we move to the next
Apparently, we're going to move on to the next item because we have a few members short to speak to that report. So we will consider item EX 26-27, the Land and Real Estate Annual Report. And I'll ask Mr. Anderson to speak to that one, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. The 2026 Land and Real Estate Annual Report provides a summary of the activities of the land development and real estate branches in the prior year and a forecast of planned activities in the current year. The report was requested by City Council when it approved the City of Regina's land development and disposition strategy. The report ensures elected officials, residents, and developers are aware of the city's plans and potential opportunities related to municipal land holdings. We are pleased to answer any questions member may have.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Burton, mover for the report. Any questions or comment, Councillor Burton?
I will save mine until the end.
Okay. Do I see any other members of council with questions on the report? Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
To administration, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this report. I like that how it's laid out and how it communicates everything to everyone, and I want to express my appreciation for the clarity offered here. Thank you.
Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'll reiterate it was excellent work and it was great to see an update. Maybe just one quick question because I do get asked sometimes through the chair. When do we expect the RFP for the yards to go out, or has it been issued in the event that that's acceptable to talk about on the floor of council? Just I get asked that quite a bit.
Mr. Jedlick, sorry. There you go.
Through the chair, we are working through the final draft, and we actually expect it will be released next week.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Siklis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick correction on page 2. I think we're calling it federated cooperates. I think it should be cooperatives.
I think it's been noted.
Okay, perfect. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, I see no other lights on. Looks like you're up again, my friend.
Thank you very much. People state, let the market decide. And yes, I support the market 100%. But with the housing shortage, many people are only getting what they can get, not what they want. I want to ensure that there are a variety of properties available inside the city. For example, lots inside the city that are appropriate and available for future hospital lottery houses. Lots and houses that are aspirational in nature, not just another house jammed in cheek by jowl. I want to attract doctors to our city. I want them to desire living in the city by having larger lots available. Then if they get called out for an accident, they are closer and don't have to navigate treacherous highways to get into Regina. And have them contribute taxes. And also allow them to build the home they want. I want the lawyers, the VPs, the CEOs to live in our city and not chase them out to the bedroom communities. I categorically reject the notion that some delegates have suggested in the past that new greenfield developments should not proceed until we reach certain density targets in the city. I want residents of Regina, and a particular Ward 4, to understand that I am pressing both developers and the administration to ensure all property types and sizes are available and the inherent right of freedom of choice is available so one can choose the lot size, the type, and size of the house that people want to build and live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I'm seeing no other speakers to the report, so I guess we'll call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. I guess we'll take our 15-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 4:15. bit to get through yet, so if we could be efficient, it would be appreciated. Figure out where we are so I know what's going on here. If I remember right, I'm sorry, what was that? If I remember correctly, we are at EX 26-26, the fire bylaw update report. I see we have our administration with us, and I'll ask Mr. Doney to please introduce.
Through the chair. So this report recommends that council replace the current Regina fire bylaw with an updated, modern bylaw that better aligns with current provincial legislation, operational practices, and community safety needs. Since the existing bylaw was adopted in 2018, there's been significant provincial updates. Administration's review found outdated terminology, regulatory gaps, and a fee schedule that no longer reflects the true cost of providing fire prevention and safety services. The updated bylaw includes modern definitions, clearer permitting and licensing processes, stronger enforcement tools, and a revised fee structure that supports compliance and long-term sustainability. With us today is Fire Chief Lane Jackson, Dustin McCall, Deputy Chief, and Lyle Dirksen, Fire Marshal. We are able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Look for a mover for the report, and it's Councillor Zakidniak. Would you like to please, any comments or questions? Let's start her up, Councillor Zakidniak.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this report. I do have a couple of questions. I guess to start, it's my understanding that there was quite a comprehensive review that was done that led to these recommendations before us today. So I was wondering if you could speak to that a bit as a starting point, through the chair.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So this was a comprehensive review. And I'll ask Fire Chief Lane Jackson to start the overview and his team if more details are needed.
Chief Jackson, please go ahead.
Sure, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, comprehensive review, the technical side of the bylaw. Our team here at the Regina Fire and Protective Services, the Fire Marshal, the Deputy Chief, legal, of course, Christine's here. Thorough review of the bylaw, the legislation that impacts the bylaw, but also to the councillor's point, there was a comprehensive stakeholder engagement. So we engaged all stakeholders that would be impacted. They had lots of opportunity to engage, provide feedback. We did get that feedback and concerns, and some of the councillors, I know I seen councillors CC'd on some of the issues, but we were able to address concerns, resolve, and do any questions that they had. So that's how we typically do business when we did the master plan, also very comprehensive stakeholder engagement.
And so, there are multiple changes proposed, even changes to fines. For the fact that we don't have folks who signed up to be delegates today, I take that to mean that it seems that their concerns were addressed through the engagement process. So, I think that speaks to the comprehensive job that you folks did with engagement. Another question I think is, and gives a good opportunity to clarify, the report says that there's no changes proposed in relation to fire pits. And so I think there's a lot of confusion out there with folks, because I've certainly heard it myself, about what are the current fire pit regulations. And so, if a resident has concerns with their neighbor who has a fire, they find it's disturbing them for whatever reason, how does that process currently work? And then maybe that will also clarify why no changes are being recommended.
Please go ahead, Chief Jackson.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Great question, Councillor. Fire pits are one of our leading complaints or service requests that we get. No changes to the fire pit regulations. There's quite stringent regulations in place. And we believe they strike a balance of folks wanting to enjoy an outdoor fire pit or outdoor fire in their backyard, but also it also respects other folks that want to enjoy their property without the interference of smoke or any other type of risk. So what we typically, we have some misunderstanding when folks are disturbed by a fire pit. They don't realize that they can call in and raise their concerns with us, and we'll be out to inspect and investigate the situation. And if smoke is causing an interference to the other person, we'll require them to put it out. I'll maybe turn it over to our fire marshal. I mean, he addresses and takes the majority of these concerns that come in. So just pass it over to our newly appointed fire marshal, Lyle Dirksen.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. I think Chief has touched on everything pretty well there. Through our enforcement, we try to strike a balance when enforcing the regulations with the bylaw and with the the citizens. So if there is a fire pit that's completely meeting all the regulations, yet the smoke is bothering a neighbor, and that is the nature of the complaint, then the fire pit will be asked to be put out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so there's, I think some of the confusion is, first of all, whether there are specific criteria to be met. The criteria is if it's causing an issue for a neighbor, then you folks will go out, assess that, and ask them to extinguish the fire. But also whether there's specific hours of the day that's the case. No, this is just at any time, right? Like that if somebody calls, there's an issue that a neighbor has with another neighbor's fire, you folks will go investigate, see if there's merit to it, and address it no matter when that occurs. This is not a time limited criteria that we have.
I can take that one through you, Deputy Mayor. So the fire pit regulations, and I'll ask the fire marshal, there's actually a curfew on when you can operate a fire pit. So that's one of the requirements. So there is a time when, if the call comes in and it's not within the hours, we'll be out to have them extinguish it.
Okay.
And I just asked the fire marshal to give those hours of operation.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. Yes, those hours are, you are permitted to burn with for your enjoyment from noon till 1 a.m.
Okay.
So if we have fires outside of those hours, as Chief has said, then those should be extinguished.
Okay, so I didn't actually know that, but then even within the permitted time to use your fire pit, if it's causing a nuisance or an issue to a neighbor, you folks will go investigate, see if there's merit, and ask for a fire to be extinguished if needed, if it's disturbing others in the area.
Please go ahead. Through you, Deputy Mayor. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just learned something new. Thank you.
Councillor Fro, please go ahead. Oh, wrong one. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, through the chair. I was reading through the report and did discuss fireworks and various things, but there was the in Europe, the Crans Montana bar fire that was started by fireworks or some fire stream things, whatever you want to call them. And I believe, I can't recall, the station fire where a big white, a whole bunch of people lost their lives there. And I didn't see anything, as I was going through anything talked about indoor fireworks displays or anything like that. And I was wondering if there's any type of language around that. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Chief.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Great question. There is some enhancements we're doing. There's quite stringent regulations. What you're talking about when it's indoor shoots like that is pyrotechnics. And for sure the Rhode Island incident with Great White, lots of lives lost there. Some enhancements this go around too with the bylaw with pyrotechnics. We're asking for technical data sheets when pyrotechnics are being shot, and they can be shot outdoors too. What pyrotechnics are is they allow close proximity. So indoors crowds can be close, outdoors too. Your typical fireworks on July 1st, those are where the crowds are back, and there's no changes to those. But the pyrotechnics, there's some changes. I'll ask our fire marshal just to talk a little bit more about what the technical data sheet, and they're federal regulations, so I'll ask him to speak.
Just go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. Yeah, as Chief has mentioned, there is technical data sheets that were through our permitting process. It's a new part that we've asked for, is that the person that's going to be shooting those pyrotechnics provide those technical data sheets. As Chief mentioned already, the federal regulations do cover that. So the technician that is firing those pyrotechnics, they have to follow those technical data sheets. We're just asking that they provide them to us so that we don't have to go and accumulate those on our own. So it's just part of the permitting process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, in Crans, Montana fire there was some kind of foam insulation that was affixed to the ceiling, and that was part of the what caught fire. I was wondering if there's any kind of regulations around that that might be come into play or be involved with fire regulations.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. That starts to touch on other code requirements, on flame spread requirements, and I'll ask the fire marshal to go into a little more depth on what flame spread requirements are. But for these pyrotechnic shoots, we inspect them before they're shot. So that's part of their permitting process, is they give us the technical data sheets, they give us all the documentation on what they're doing, and then an inspector, along with other inspectors, if there's gas being used, like natural gas or propane, the gas inspectors are out too, but we'll be out to inspect before the shoot. So something like flame spread, if we notice, if a fire inspector was out there and seen that, whoa, we have some combustible materials on the walls or whatever the situation, our hopes would be that would be identified at that time too. But I'll ask the fire marshal just to give you a little bit more in depth so you feel more assured that these are highly regulated and highly inspected activities in our community.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. So yeah, there's flame spread ratings for the walls in assembly occupancies such as those, hotels or bars, nightclubs, that sort of thing. And we do get out, we do regular inspections of those facilities, and we often will find, that owners have put different products up that don't meet it, and then that's where we use our enforcement to regulate that and take it down. So it's ongoing inspections cover that, so we try to get out to those facilities regularly.
Okay, thank you. Last question on this subject. It's about the means of egress from facilities when there is I can call it a crowded environment, a bit chaotic, noisy, all the commotion that may be going on in a celebration or band, concert, indoor concert and stuff like that. Are the current standards appropriate? Did they require any updates and any other comments?
Please go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, good question. Means of egress, occupant loading, for what I assume you're referencing, like overcrowding, things like that. We follow the National Fire Code and National Building Codes in Regina, and those activities, those requirements are quite stringent and quite laid out on how those are calculated. And then also we'll work with businesses also to make sure that they have adequate supervision, because you can have all the fixed requirements in place, but if you don't have supervision at those type of functions where there's security, there's supervisors that are guiding folks on how to exit quickly, is a major consideration also. So we'll work with REAL when they're having large events, just to make sure that their supervisory security staff are clear on what they need to do in an emergency also. And I can ask our fire marshal just to elaborate a little bit more on the means of egress. Those get inspected to make sure they're clear, unobstructed, adequate for events when we know large events are happening.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. Yeah, means of egress, it's part of a key component to calculating the occupant load that my department, my division does and provide to stakeholders. And then it's up to them to follow those numbers. It's one of a few different ways that key components that's used to calculate the occupant load. However, we got to make sure that those means of egress are made clear and unobstructed. So again, regular inspections, routine inspections is what we do.
Thank you very much. Our last question on a different subject, and I'll just ask the chair to validate, and this is in line with what we have here, is just the state of the relationship with the RM of Sherwood and fire coverage. I was talking with my colleagues trying to figure out where we're at, and
I don't know if that's part of today's discussion. I'll look to Mr. Doney. He wants to comment.
Through the chair, yeah, not directly related, but I can just comment that we're making great progress and expect to be able to move towards an agreement in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Well, thank you to the chair. I think most of my questions got answered, but I wanted to ask a little bit about fireworks because I did have some messages about that earlier, about the technical sheets and making sure that everything is still available in Canada and Canadian, and Canada Day can go on as anticipated, etc. Correct?
Please go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, received that service request. Know you were CC'd on it, Councillor, so appreciate you following up. Bit of misunderstanding. The technical data sheets are for pyrotechnics, which we talked about, those shoots inside, indoors, or very close proximity crowds outdoors. They're required under federal regulations. It's a change. We're implementing that. Fireworks, there was no change. So the company or the individual that was questioning was just a misunderstanding as far as they were interpreting it, that we were going to be asking for these sheets for the fireworks, and which isn't the case. So we dealt with that stakeholder one-to-one. They understood, happy with the answer, happy with the resolve. So July 1st, Canada Day fireworks will go as scheduled.
Okay, and then I also noticed under fireworks that we have a new 2-tier permitting system. So there was the family fireworks, the higher risk fireworks, and then the personal fireworks. So this new 2-tiered system, does that allow more access to fireworks? How does that work?
Well, great question through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, great. It's progress. It's very, I think it's innovative what we're doing here in the city of Regina. So we've taken a lot of feedback throughout the years and throughout this process from diverse groups, cultural groups, looking to have a little bit more accessibility and affordability to shooting lower hazard consumer fireworks. And we still want that to be done safely and to ensure public safety if that's done. So what we've done we did a jurisdictional scan. Most jurisdictions don't allow any types of shoots of fireworks, any type, without a supervisor or a trained person doing that. Some do, and what we found with those jurisdictions, when they allow just anyone and to shoot anywhere, the call volume goes up and the risk goes up within the community quite significantly. So, but we still wanted to work with groups, so we brought this 2-tiered system in where an assistant, they're more like an apprentice supervisor, which is in the industry, much more affordable. So we've allowed that. The permit will be much more affordable for groups that want to do a cultural celebration. They can hire these assistant shoot supervisors, and the permit's much more affordable also than a regular shoot. I'll ask our fire marshal if I've missed anything on that, but we think it's quite progressive for the community, and will add some accessibility and affordability to groups that are looking to celebrate their cultures or their events.
So community groups or interesting parties would just contact the fire department if they want to do these new accessible fireworks?
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor, first they would contact the fireworks companies that actually shoot these. And then they would work to get a permit with them. So, but they can call us for information and education because it's new, right? So we would be for sure willing, and likely going to be the fire marshal here that will take those calls to explain to them what how the system works. We've already, through the stakeholder engagement, had lots of meetings with some of these groups, and so they already have an idea of what the process is.
Well, thank you for your work on this. I look forward to more fireworks.
Done safely through you, Deputy Mayor.
I see no questions on the screen, no buttons lit. What's cold spark? I see in the report there's something to do with cold spark machines that is being regulated. What exactly do I have to do to build a cold spark machine? Just curious, never heard of it before.
Great question, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to toss this one right over to the Fire Marshal.
Thank you, Chief, through the chair. A cold spark machine is more of it's a listed device. That's actually, you don't light it. It's not a fireworks. It's not a pyrotechnic. It's actually, you put in some titanium in there, and it runs off electricity, and it just emits the sparks. You can touch them; they're not hot. And again, they are a listed device, so they've been tested and made sure that they're safe.
Oh, so this isn't like bouncing electricity around and electrocuting people. It's just spark. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure what that was. Okay, I see no further questions. Councillors Kidniak, would you like to close debate?
My mic's not on. Okay. Councillor Mancinelli, when you build your cold spark machine and have a party, will you invite me over and we'll have a safe cold spark celebration?
Sure. Get some pyro there.
Okay. No, I have nothing further, but
Thank you.
Thought that was an important point. Thank you.
With that, I guess we'll call the vote. Thank you very much for appearing. Councillor Bizo, are you still present? If you could cast a vote.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you.
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously, and Councillor Bizo has returned back to the meeting.
I guess that concludes the public portion. Yeah. If I could get someone move a resolution for private session, Councillor Rydens. And anyone opposed? I see no opposition. I'll call a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene private.